see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, massive. Welcome everybody.
Know for yourself.
Yeah, it's a Reason with Rattigan. Another Saturday afternoon. Here is truly Kevin Stew, greeting everybody until the Rebel joins in. Yeah, don't worry, he's not too far away. Hey, Sharon. Magical Merlin.
See for yourself.
Megawatts.
Open your eyes.
Corrine, Onan.
For yourself.
Much love. Princella.
Your eyes. And see for yourself.
OT holding things down. Freedom, walk like a champion. Bless up.
Know for yourself.
Anne Marie, my day, you know. You find me. Megawatt. Oh yeah, hold on things, you know. Reggae girl, blessings. JP. RJ, much love. Blessings, Peter. Rave one.
For yourself.
Greetings.
Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Rosalie. Much love. Barry.
See for yourself.
Blessings, man.
Open your eyes.
D. Marie.
Know for yourself.
Hello, KCU. Blessings, Zelda. Shar. Faye. Inviting y'all to call a friend, tell a friend, friends of a friend, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and enemies too. Somebody, anybody, everybody. You have to get yourself right and ready for today, you know, cause I feel like I'm underdressed. Nah, man, blessings to you, sir. Bambino.
See for yourself.
Kingsley, greetings.
Your eyes. Know for yourself.
Sandra, much love.
Your eyes. See for yourself.
Hey, y'all getting a whole lot of me today, you know.
Your eyes.
Me opening for the rebel.
Know for yourself.
Me taking over for the rebel a little bit later on. Getting a whole lot of stew. You better have a bus today. Full up of stew. Claudia, much love to you. Joan Walden. Lyris. Blessings. Lady J. Andrew, Chris Lawman, blessings.
Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for
I
yourself.
wonder how am I going to change up this outfit, you know? Let me see if I can put on a jacket or something.
See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Watch, man, as soon as Rebel come on, I just going to disappear from my screen. I come back and I go look different. Watch. Plain truth. There's nothing like you. The plain truth. So a lot of things happened this week. Some of it we started talking about already. Some people tuned in and had a little bit of reason with Rattigan on Wednesday night. Tonight discussions continue. We'll go a little bit deeper into some things. I say tonight, today. Sandra, much love. Paulette. Blessed one, I'm here. You know. Them find me. Pearly. Shiny and bossy. Eco, much love. Eugene. Blessings.
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Yes, David. If there's no steam fish, yeah, man, steam fish that I tell you know. I just eat 30. Alright, so let's all encourage Rebel to come join us quickly. But if you leave, it's up to him, you know.
Know for yourself.
And we'll kick back and enjoy the music and my introduction.
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Grand Rising, Dorrit. So I wonder if y'all paid attention to some of the things that was going on this week when Secretary of State for the United States visited and making his way through the Caribbean. Did you only hear what was said, or were you paying attention to things that were not said? Yeah, Mike. You know, hold on. I had a hype up guy, you know, get the crowd warm. The main act come in after. Creative Minds, you remember that, eh?
See for yourself.
For those of you wondering, it's a story I told some time ago of getting a little bit of a ticket that was taken back. Yeah, this was back in Jamaica. Yeah, OT. You know, the Rebel have to get the camera angles right and the lighting have to hit a proper way. The makeup crew have to cut it. What, David Marshall? I think they're going to have to look into that one, you know.
Know for yourself.
You like how Greenland treated them? He treated the vice president. Listen, the vice president have a way about him that I don't know. He must feel like he is it or something. We're gonna get into him a little bit later on. Still, I'm not too sure. Well, I guess it's a presidential choice, but that's for something else. I don't know how many countries in the Caribbean have the gusto, the cojones to stand up to the United States the way how they did over there in Greenland.
Your eyes, know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself.
We're going to get a little bit more into some of the things that went on in Jamaica. Man talking things. One said some things that weren't documented, but you had to read between the lines to understand what was said. I don't know how many people understand how that side of things work. Diplomatic conversations, emphasis on the con. Hey people, I don't think you have ever heard this. Rebel, where you there? New t-shirt coming out this year.
Know for yourself.
2025 edition. 2026 as a matter of fact. We're 4 months into 2025, right? In there. We're gonna find a jacket. Rebel, you're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me. Oh, your mic sound so. Your mic sound 4.
Yeah. Oh no.
No, it sounds like your mic you use.
Really?
Let me.
You want to go in and check?
Yeah, I mean, test out your things. Look into things on your side. As people, when it comes to the rebel, I have to make sure that his things are set right. It can't be set left. Okay, here we go. All right, talk again.
Mic check.
All right.
Mic check.
Mhm.
Oh, that's
Yeah, man, that sounds nice and clean and
all right.
much better.
All right. My people, big up on yourself. Good afternoon, and thanks for tuning in to Reason with Rattigan, with yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Want to thank Kevin Stew for start the thing for me. Kevin and I were inseparable. Kevin is a significant part of what we do around here. And we have to thank him. We have to thank Reggae Global Radio and all the people over there. Jonah Murray, Fireball, Marlon, everybody over there. Melly, the rest of the crew. Let me say that this wouldn't have been possible without all of you as well. Because the show is not about me, the show is about you. When you tune in and listen, and hopefully we'll be able to impart some knowledge. And as I said, I will continue to say, it's a learning experience for both of us, because we learn as well. Education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. That was said by the great Malcolm X. So as usual, we're asking you to prepare today with your pen, your paper, and your focus, mentally, visually, and otherwise. Now, today, big up everybody in the chat, reasoning will include the following, and I heard Kevin kind of give a prelude to it, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio's veiled in quotation marks, not so veiled message to Jamaica. You know what, Kevin? Let me see what producer Joan put up for. Oh, see it over here. So, like this, right?
Yes, man.
Like that? Nope.
Not that one. Not that one.
I can't hear
Yeah.
you, Kevin.
Really?
All right, there's the agenda. Kevin, you can't hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, good.
You hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear. So the first agenda item, Secretary of State Marco Rubio's veiled, and veiled should be in quotation marks because it wasn't really veiled. It was in diplomatic speak. And I was just laughing the latter part of this week because I think the meeting took place on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and even today I've been laughing because people have been celebrating what they believe to be a victory for Jamaica, and there is no victory there. It's because you listened, but you didn't hear what he was saying.
No, they heard, but they weren't listening.
Or they see, but they didn't saw. They never saw what he was telling me.
They were looking, but they didn't see.
Yeah, there is so much to those short remarks that he made and what the Prime Minister said. And if you didn't pay close attention, then you really wouldn't understand what happened, because then you'd walk away thinking, oh, he never criticized Jamaica. He did. He did, and we're going to show you. But it's just because it's in diplomatic speak. So somebody who's a career diplomat would have understood. Or somebody, if you're not a diplomat, but you were just paying close attention to the words, and then you also look at the body language, you would understand that there was a prior meeting. They discussed these things, that they had heartburn over the discussions, and that there was a clear decision made to come out and not embarrass anyone, but say your piece in diplomatic speak. Rosalie said they heard, but they don't understand. It's another way of putting it, yeah. Charmaine said, "Are not comprehend what was and wasn't said." True. So, Christopher Lauman said, "There's a victory because Andrew got his marching orders." Well, today we're going to show you. We started on Wednesday night with Come Reason with Rattigan, but today we have some additional things. And on Wednesday, we had about 600 devices tuned into the program at one point, at the highest point. Today, I suspect we're going to have more. Oh, Reggae Girl, some of my mic sound far. Mic check.
Yeah.
The mic check.
You're solid.
Right. So what's going to happen is today, we're probably going to double that. And so I will have to go over some of the things that we spoke about on Wednesday. So the people who tuned in on Wednesday, just bear with me, please, because the people who didn't, they're going to, they won't understand unless I go and incorporate things that we spoke about on Wednesday and even before that. So that's that. The second topic, which is related to the first, Prime Minister Holness, the scales have been removed from our eyes. You know, like, we're not blind no more. Take off the scales, we can see everything that's going on. The third one, very, very significant topic, the global Magnitsky sanctions program and Jamaica. And we have been talking about the Magnitsky Act for quite some time. And fortunately for me, I worked with a diligent, dedicated, compassionate group of people for the last several months, looking over the Magnitsky Act and applying it to Jamaica. And I'm proud of those people, extremely proud. Won't call any names, but they know who they are. Extremely proud of them. We're at the point now where we have a petition. Petition is ready. We did, I guess you could say we did a soft presentation over the past couple of days. But today we're going to officially announce it and send it out. And we need you to read that thing and sign it. Don't make any donations to the site though, because the site is not our site. The site is change.org, and it's a good site. They've allowed us to come on their platform and use it for purposes of the petition. But at the bottom of it, they said, you know, we can make a donation. Don't make the donation there. Please make your donation over at OJLDF, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, the website over there. And you can do it through Zelle, as email, and I think we have Cash App as well. For those of you in Jamaica who would like to make a contribution, because there's something else coming up that we're going to talk about that's happening in Jamaica. For that, please don't send any money to the foundation. If you're in Jamaica, don't send any money to the foundation. Hold on to your money. We're going to need your money in Jamaica. So it doesn't make any sense for you to go ahead and make the exchange and then send it to us, and then we have to send it back to pay off some of the expenses. We're going to lose money that way. So hold on to it. Christopher Lahman said I'm signed already. Well, that's good, because here's what happened. They allow us to use the platform. So, you know, that's fine.
Well, signing the petition and making a donation is two different things.
Correct.
So please sign the petition. Yeah, we encourage you to do that.
Right. So education, problems and solutions. We have a segment that we call Present a Problem, Share Your Solutions. And today we're going to have an educator who's going to come on, will frame an issue regarding education in Jamaica in about 5 minutes. And we'll spend about 15, 20 minutes after that coming up with solutions. And then the panel will start asking questions. Too bad we can't open the microphone, but if you have questions, please put them in the chat and we'll relay them to our guest. OJLDF updates. Yeah, the Solutions Symposium. That's the one that I'm talking about. Every week we're going to have somebody come on. They're going to select an issue affecting Jamaica and spend about 5 minutes, no more than 10 minutes, framing the issue. And we'll spend the following 15, 20 minutes coming up with solutions. And then the panel will in a robust way, look at those solutions, see if they're viable, and we'll have a discussion. Hopefully you will benefit from it, because you will hear about solutions to problems and not just the problems themselves, because far too often that's what we do. We identify the problems and we talk about the problems, but we don't come up with solutions enough. So this is our way of saying, if you're going to talk about a problem, make sure you have some idea of how the problem should be resolved. Otherwise, just make it marinate until you can come up with some solutions. It doesn't make sense to tell people about a problem and you can't help them with the solutions. And by the way, most of us know what the problems are in Jamaica. So we're keying in on solutions. The Reconnection Rally, that's the one that we're talking about in Jamaica. It's going to happen pretty soon. Someone's going to come here and make the announcement. And in earnest, we will start the ball rolling today to make sure that that initiative comes to fruition. And we're going to need you. And for those of you who, you were looking for us to do something rather than just saying something, this is another initiative where we're going out and we're saying, here is our platform. Here's what we plan to do. We need your assistance. We need you like we've never needed you before. So let me see what else. What else we have up here? Oh, yeah, the panelists. Yeah, ISAT spoke to him this week. Not sure if he'll be here. Prezi, you saw him last week. Not sure he'll be here. Of course, Kevin there, me there, and JAMAICA is supposed to join us shortly. He might be here with us already. Let me see. Yeah, man, JAMAICA's there with you, man. I'm thinking, man, yeah. Yeah, here we go. JAMAICA's there with you, people. So, JAMAICA, welcome.
Greetings to you and greetings to everybody. I'm waiting Earth Day, I must say. I appreciate. I know you and the Earth Day, but I must say today we are blessed to know that a gentleman with so much courage, so much heart, so much dedication for Jamaica. People, good day. Help me to say happy birthday to the great man.
Kevin, you might as well play the song, Kevin.
They look like, boy, rough around here.
But most
Hey,
definitely, man, I appreciate you. And I echo the sentiments of many Jamaicans, both locally and in the diaspora. You're a breath of fresh air, and we look forward to hearing from you each and every week. I know we have you 2 times per week, and trust me, Wednesday was fire. You have to tell people more about that. But
Yeah.
blessings, welcome, welcome.
well, since it done announced already,
Ladies and gentlemen,
yes,
No, no, no,
Jamaica's dead.
no,
oh,
no.
no, no. Shout
No,
you.
we don't want that. No. We don't want that. We don't want that around here. Not yet. At least not yet. Not yet. Not yet. She's an integral part of what we're gonna do today, but we're not ready for her yet. It's premature to put her up right now. Yes. Give thanks, everybody. Give thanks. I'm not a celebration birthday kind of person, and I try to keep it a secret, but it's kind of difficult. And the other thing is that my mother, had she been alive, she would have been 99 today because we share the same birthday. So she's uppermost in my mind right now. She was my inspiration. She was my best friend. She was my everything. Took her all over the world with me, and she enjoyed it. She was, whenever they say, "Mama, you ready?" She ready. She travel. I've never seen a woman who loved traveling so much. She's been all over the world. She's been Asia, Africa, the Middle East, Europe, the Caribbean, all over the place. So yeah, OT, it's kind of bittersweet, but our memories live on. So
Indeed,
I
indeed.
have to make her proud. So folks, be an active listener. Use the time effectively. Be present. Speak on comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Celebrate others' contributions, and very important that you enjoy the experience. And there's another and. Hope you learn something from today, as you do every time you come around here. That's our goal. Our goal is that we want every time you see us that you walk away with a nugget of information, at least that you can say, yeah, it was time well spent. We don't want you to come around here and say, oh, yes, my time listen to them people. Them not have nothing for offer, that would be the biggest embarrassment to me, for you to come around here and feel as if you didn't learn anything. I'd hate for that to happen. But if it did, that would make me try even harder. I'm trying hard right now. I'm going to try harder, but so it go. All right. Today we're going to have as guests, we have Robert Finzi Smith. We have Dr. Karen Dunkley, educator. We have Dervin Cochran. We have Dr. Charlene Ashley. She'll be here in about a half hour or so. By the way, people, Dr. Charlene Ashley, in case the name doesn't ring a bell, it should ring a bell to most of you. She is the lady, that courageous lady. She's one of my heroines, though, along with Daniel Archer, along with Jeanette Calder, yeah, along with Rosalie Hamilton. She's one of them. She's a lady who's in court right now with the Prime Minister's wife. She's the one up in Lee's Flats, where the Prime Minister's wife is trying to bought the land and is trying to build a road across this lady's patio, and they're in court right now. But just so you know, we won't be discussing the case. In fact, we are prohibited from discussing the case. She is, I'm not, but she is. And we agree that she's going to come on and talk about something else, because, we have to celebrate our woman, them. you know, and there's much to celebrate about this young lady. So she's coming on. We won't be talking about the case. But you're gonna hear from her. You're gonna hear from her. Very accomplished woman. And let me see what else. Yeah, and that's it. Oh, relax with the rebel. Tonight we will take a break and return next week. So please share this information freely and widely. Whoever was planning to come and listen to me play some music tonight from 10 to midnight, the best DJ upon the platform. I want to say platform, not Reason with Rattigan, not our Reggae Global Radio. None other than our own DJ Kevin Stu.
True.
Like him said, if you can't be good at it. So Kevin will sit in for me tonight from 10 to midnight. You know, Kevin will go from 8 to 10, then he'll 10 to midnight, and then Dr. Love comes on from midnight to 2. So please, please, please tell your friend, tell your neighbors, tell your relatives, tell everybody. I will not be on, but you have to come and support the thing. Well, we don't even have to tell them because whoever they're with Kevin, they must stay with Kevin because as a Kevin role, you know, we have to pull the people in from Kevin on a Saturday night because Kevin just, yeah, and Kevin have them do, you know, calisthenics. By the time the people get to me, them say, why Kevin tired, yo?
So if that is the case, I don't know how it will go tonight. Problems.
So we won't be on tonight. Easy like Sunday with the Rebel. A week from this Sunday, a week from tomorrow, we will have the icon, Big Youth. In my neighborhood, we call him Ja Youth. You know, I said, you can't call, you know, man, youth. You know, Ja Youth we call him. You know, I call him Big. It sounds like big boy, you know. He will be here with his talented son, Isaac Buchanan. So make it a date and don't be late. It's not this Sunday. It's not tomorrow. It's a week from tomorrow. They'll be on with us on Reggae Global Radio from 2 to 4. So that's how the thing said. Let me see if I have anything else. Oh yeah, come reason with Rattigan. On Wednesday, we did a preliminary analysis of the US's policy on the Cuban medical labor program and its possible impact on Jamaica. And today we will go a bit further. You know, as I started out telling you that some people are claiming victory, and the question is victory over what? We're going to play some things and we're going to show you some documentation today that if you haven't seen them before, you're going to go, no wonder we can't trust the prime minister and the government. Because them always tell we lie, or them hide the truth, or them distort the truth, you know, or them just, we have serious misgivings about them. And the press conference with Secretary of State Marco Rubio was no different. We will show you that. Let's continue to pray for Papa Trevor, Ma P. Big up yourself, Ma P. See me soon. Ma Jean, see me soon. Desmond, Paul, Bonnie Jump, big up yourself, brother. Jonah Marie, Short Boss, Fittest the Hardest Dread. Mrs. Nelson. Bobby De Souza, thank you for the message this morning, my brother. Barry, big up yourself. Mr. Baxter, keep watching, sir. Sassy Diva, get well soon. Raleigh, Dread I Dread, big up yourself. Danny Gopes, stay safe. And Roland, the valiant one out of the UK. Roland, sit down there and Roland, I'll wait for the Magnitsky reach him, you know, because Roland said, listen, I will deal with this with the EU and with the UK government. You just get that in my hands and I will do the rest. So Roland, big up yourself and your family here, sir. And of course, we have to big up our ambassadors, the people who every hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Look like more greetings. This is greetings from the UK. I'd like to bring up my cousin Honey. Yeah. It's all kind of greetings are reach Rebel now.
All around.
Yeah. I hear a fault in the Jamaics.
Somebody just sent me a message.
Yeah, as I was saying, one big up our ambassadors, the people who every Monday night give up them time, and they're all over the place, different time zones, different country, and they make the sacrifice and show up, and we have some really nice discussions, and I just want to thank them personally. It's a heartfelt thanks for keeping me on the right track, because sometimes I'm gonna go wayward, and these people that they know how to simmer me down, and thanks to them, we have this Magnitsky initiative on track, and we will deliver this product. And of course, big thanks to none other than the one, the only, the lovely producer Joan. Big up yourself, producer Joan. Big up yourself. All right.
Every time.
Just want everybody to know that Dr. Ashley, I just got a call from her. She'll join us at 4:30. She was supposed to be here at 4, but 4:30. No worries. We have some time we can't talk now. No, here's what happened. No, Kevin. A lot of people, let me move this off of this thing. A lot of people. Oh, I have to show that thing there, Kev. A lot of people, let me move this.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm going to put it up. But let me just say, a lot of people, they come up to last night. There's an avowed JLP person. It no matter to me whether I'm JLP or PNP, but him want me know say I'm a JLP, and him tell me this all the time, and him hammer it home. And he will be on the program because last night he and I had a conversation, and he has a disagreement with the direction of the government in a certain sector. And he has written an editorial, and he and I had a conversation last night. I'm a friend, but he make sure tell me all the time, me a labor right. I'm say, what that have to do with me?
Right.
But and here's what he said to me. He said, your program is a good program. Every time I come on, I listen, I learn. But it just seems that you're just bashing the government. And I said to him, well, tell me, who should I bash then? If not, you want to bash the opposition, you want to bash civil society, you want to bash nurses, doctors, teachers. Who has the spending power in Jamaica right now? Who is directing the country? Who? Mr. I can't leave the government and go talk to them people. If the government was doing right, then I would be out of business. I'd have no business being here. So a lot of people, they express that sentiment that you always seem to highlight, you always seem to want to highlight the deficiencies, or you highlight something bad about the government. And I said to him, tell me one thing that I've highlighted that's not true. Him said, there are a few things, man, not much, but a few. And I said, just give me one example. We are reason. Give me one example. Why I can't remember now? Mr. Tim said, if there's something you should remember, it's that. Yeah, that's what you should remember. I mean, my listen still, Let
me ask you this, Rebel. Well, actually, let me wipe that. Let me make a statement. It may appear that a particular group is being bashed when you're exposing things that they're doing. Right. So if Rebel is doing something, or if I am doing something, and Rebel come out and say, yo, let me tell you something. You see, Kevin, I think say I'm play the music, but it's a recording him have and him play it and just talk over it more time. And here I have the proof. You see that last part where you have the proof to show it? Mm-hmm. It is now for me to come forward and say, no, you're misguided. Here is what actually happens. And right. I have the proof.
Right.
Now, if I don't come forward and refute the presentation that Rebel make to say this is the proof behind his argument, then he is the one with the leg up, and he is not telling a lie at this point. So the presentations that have been made on this broadcast up until this point that had, here's a news report, because if you pay attention, a lot of the things that we are addressing on this platform come from reports that have been out in the news.
True.
We'll bring up the news report and what happens after the news report. Unlike with everybody else that says, oh, this was in the news and then they forgot about it. There's a thing that we have all learned that Rattigan does all the time. It's filing access to information requests. And so here it is, the information presented in the news. Here's an ATI behind it. Here is the document behind this news report that takes it past what you have seen. So now you read in between the lines. This is the information that is between these lines. So if anybody wants to come out and say, boy, okay, you're bashing or we are bashing any particular government, then these are the people that are in the position that are doing the things that are being reported on. So it is not bashing. It is exposing what was not said. Notice I didn't say exposing anything else. It is exposing what was not said. It is going further on the information that was presented. And it is a path to the truth. Not the facts, the truth. Because information presented on a document is a fact. It's not necessarily the truth.
Right.
Rebel.
I have a question.
Yeah.
My question is, but before I ask the question, one thing I always hear the rebel speaks about is to critically think. And if I tell you, said this is it is. After I present information that is out there, I draw conclusion. I compare information, right, and to teach people what is going on. He said, critically think about these things. So it's not about bashing. It's information that is being presented. The gentleman who said so, you get the opportunity now. And you said it was just a few of them, right? So you should have remembered the few of them, write them down. And it's your chance today. All right? Well, again, my question is, Mr. Rebel, if you hire a manager to run a supermarket and the supermarket is not running right, who are you going to hold responsible for the supermarket not running right? So we hired the prime minister, right? We hired the prime minister. So if the country is not running right, who do we talk to? Who we complain to? Who do we scrutinize? So that is my question to the supermarket and to the prime minister. That's my question.
You know, one of the interesting things is this. They say, oh, the government do this, government do that. I say, okay, well, guess what? There is an organization, and it's within the office of the prime minister, and it's called the Jamaica Information Service. They're paid to highlight the successes of the government. They're paid to do that. So I said, so now you have a balance. They're saying the government is doing this, so you have a balance on the other side. Say, no, the government is not doing that. And what they do is they just put out like releases. We are doing more than putting out releases. We're putting out facts. We're putting out evidence. We're putting out all kinds of things to say this is what's going on. So the people who would say, well, you talk bad about the government, I'll tell them, well, look, I will continue to speak ill of the government if the government is so deserving, because if there's something to speak about the government's success, there's JIS. They're being paid to do it. And by the way, if the government says, I'm going to build a road, and they build a road, what kind of way they expect? That's government service. That's what they're supposed to do for you, because there's something called a social contract. You say, I vote for you, and you do this for me. Right? I vote for you, you give me water, electricity, this, that. So I don't understand why we're up and they build a road, and it's like a second coming of Christ. So boy, this the man good, the woman good, them build a road, and you say, hold on a second. You give them a job. You gave them a job to build the road. So them build the road. So what's the story? There's no story. But I just felt like I had to say the piece about JIS. Anybody who wants, all the people who would like to criticize me, just remember that I'm not criticizing JIS, and nobody's criticizing JIS. Why? If you're going to criticize me, criticize JIS. JIS is doing what they're supposed to do. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm holding government accountable. JIS is highlighting their successes. You will never see JIS said, oh, the government didn't do this. Never. And in fact, this government, I'm yet to see one of these politicians come out in the public square and say, I was wrong, I made a mistake, I'm asking for your forgiveness, I promise I won't do it again. I haven't seen that.
And this is what I'm doing to fix it.
Right.
Can't leave
this is what I'm doing to fix it. Yeah, true. We don't see it. We just don't see it. People, I'm telling you, Kevin and I will sit down and producer June will sit down at 9 o'clock in the morning. And during the week, and I've said this before, during the week I bombard Kevin with a whole bunch of things. And then on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock we get together. And we don't finish arranging things until around maybe 1 o'clock or so. And it's intense because we're not talking about anything else but, okay, what we're going to show today to highlight this point. Where's it? And Kevin, I said, where's the document? Producer Juno, I said, where's the video? That you tell me that you have a video. And JAMAICA, you come through panel. But them say, where is this? Where is that? And so them start asking me, right? And me, if I have the things, them answer. But Kevin, me send it to you before, and you know, a lot of times Kevin I tell you, Kevin deserve a crown because the amount of stuff Kevin put up with me. Because a lot of times I say, Kevin, me send it to you, man. And him said, no, you don't send it to me. And then when I look at my computer, I never send it to him. Like I send him, one of the reasons why I'm late is because it's a document I want to show you. A document that came out of the Integrity Commission that most people haven't seen. And I said to Kevin, me send it to you. And Kevin said, no, never send it to me. And I went, and when I looked, yes, Kevin's right. I did not send that document to him. So there we go. I see him putting the document up now. But let me wait till Kevin finish and then we'll move on. He's using the mouse. So
go on top, man.
Yeah. Let me go away. All right, now we talk about the Magnitsky, right? Now, people, we know that you cannot get justice in Jamaica against a politician. We know this. Our people of influence. We know that the only way that you can get some semblance of justice is you have to do it from the outside. And this is where the diaspora comes in. And I say the diaspora in a general sense, because even though we're fractured, we should not be blinded by relationships. We should embrace the truth. And where there is reason for us to seek outside assistance to address some of the issues affecting our country and our people, we should. But we don't. We're tribal. Well, I'm happy to report that there's a group that I'm associated with in the diaspora that doesn't see tribalism. We see people, we don't see politics. We see process, we don't see color. And so that's where we start from, that we have to do something to help our people, because a lot of people in Jamaica have never heard of the Magnitsky Act. Never. And so many people have come up to me and said, well, I never hear about that thing until you mention it. Well, I'll tell you this, folks, it's alive and it's being used. It was used about 2 weeks ago against the former president of Argentina and another government official. They use this on a regular basis. As background, and to repeat, there's a gentleman by the name of Magnitsky, a Russian, who came across massive corruption in the Kremlin. And he sought to expose it, and for that, he was imprisoned, beaten, killed. The US government decided that they were going to do something about it, and they named an act after this man, the Magnitsky Act. It has gone through several iterations. It came into existence under President Obama. And as of today, if you as a government official or person of influence in a third country commit kleptocracy, corruption, serious human rights violations, you are subject to the revocation of your American visa. Also, if you have property where the US government can reach, those properties, those assets will be seized. And they've done it. And they continue to do it. But here's a good part. It's not only the US. The Canadian government, they have a version of the Magnitsky. The UK government has a version of the Magnitsky. The EU has a version of the Magnitsky. The main difference between all four of them is that the EU version of the Magnitsky, it covers only human rights violations. It doesn't cover kleptocracy or corruption. The other three nations, and the EU is not a nation anyway, it's just a constellation of countries. But the UK, the US, and Canada, they have their versions of the Magnitsky involve kleptocracy, corruption, and human rights violations. So what we decided to do was somebody has to speak. So we are going to speak out. We're going to form a little group, and we're going to do the necessary research, draft the documentation. And while we're doing that, someone, I don't recall who, but someone came up with this brilliant idea, and they said, listen, why don't you do a petition to accompany the documents that you're sending? And believe me, by the way, Jamaica qualifies under those three categories. There is corruption in Jamaica, there is kleptocracy in Jamaica, and there are human rights violations in Jamaica. Pick your choice. All of them nice. So, maybe we shouldn't laugh so much, because somebody say, that's a hurtful partner. You beat the government and you laugh on top of it. So, all right. So we have this petition, and we're asking you to sign this petition. Please do not make a donation on this platform. This platform, meaning the platform where the petition is. We have been fortunate to use change.org's platform, but you don't have to put any money there. We want you to put the money over with ojldf.net. Just go over to the website and make your contributions there. The only thing we're asking you to do with the petition is to sign it. Here's a petition. Kevin, you can big that up for me, please. And we have 249 signatures in just a couple of days. So
after today, that will be in the thousands. A lot of people here today.
Yes. All right, I can read. Okay, can you see that? Can everybody see that? Well, for those of you who can't see it, I'll read it for you. And this is the preamble, and it says, the devastating impact of corruption, kleptocracy, and human rights violations on ordinary Jamaican citizens, particularly the poor and the marginalized, is a stark reality, meaning it happened, right? As Jamaicans who care deeply about Jamrock and our people, we are compelled to seek international assistance to influence the necessary change. Yes, we ask foreign nations and international organizations to step in and help us. Jamaica is ranked 73 out of 180 on Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index. That's as of last year, indicating a significant problem with corruption. We're going to talk about that today. We cannot continue to ignore this issue that is so deeply embedded in our nation's fabric, affecting every aspect of life for Jamaicans. That's one. That is corruption. Kleptocracy, two, a government characterized by rampant greed and corruption, further exacerbates these issues, concentrating wealth among a small Jamaican elite while the wider population suffers. And here's number three. Moreover, human rights organizations such as Amnesty International have regularly documented allegations of human rights abuses including unlawful killings, unconstitutional detention, and ill treatment by the Jamaican constabulary force. The Magnitsky Act, a significant law first employed by the United States, grants pertinent nations the legal framework to impose visa bans and asset freezes on government officials involved in bribery, corruption, and serious human rights abuses. Also, people of influence. Utilizing this act against Jamaican government officials is a vital step towards cleansing our system and embarking on a path of the promised good governance, prosperity, and justice. We therefore call upon the US, UK, EU, and Canada to review our claims and apply the Magnitsky Act to combat corruption, kleptocracy, and human rights violations in Jamaica. By signing this petition, you are standing up for transparency, accountability, and justice for all Jamaicans. Please lend your voice and help us bring about this much needed change for the sake of our country, our citizens, and our future. That's what that says. And then you go down and then okay, people are making comments already. Yeah, but that's where you sign it right there. Sign the petition over there. And listen, we have 1,030 devices on right now, which means we may have 1,500 people watching. Out of the 1,500 people, may I beg on them? At least 500 on I can put on a signature. No. And I can't put on a signature upon this thing. This is not for me, people, you know. All our ball, I said the Jamaican government is oppressive, is corrupt, is uncaring, and is composed of thieves. And we're saying you cannot get the type of justice that would require change in Jamaica. You cannot get it in Jamaica. Or put it this way, it's going to be difficult. It's going to take somebody with backbone to come out and do it. But if we report this and we ask for international assistance, there's a good chance that we might get it. There's a good chance that we might get it because we have excellent presenters in the diaspora. And not that you don't have in Jamaica, but a lot of you are afraid. But overseas, you don't have to be fearful of the Jamaican government. Them can't come to my house, come look for me and no bed. They won't. But you try that in Jamaica, there's a good possibility that they're going to. And don't forget that they know how to track you. The Prime Minister said that. Even though his Minister of Information, Miss Dana Morris Dixon, she said, there is no tracking going on. The Prime Minister says, we are tracking you. We know how to find you. Pegasus in full effect, right? I guess. So this is one step in the right direction. This is one step that I don't care if you like me or not. This is something that you should be doing. Because this is not about Rattigan. This is about the people of Jamaica. This is about the country of Jamaica. This is about how the world perceives us. And so I'm asking you, I'm beseeching you, please read the petition if you so choose, but most of all, sign the petition. All right. Now, we have 3 people we're going to show you. But first, and it's Kevin do them things I know. I don't know why Kevin just set me up all the time. You know. I want to show you something, people. We showed it last week. We'll show it again this week. And then I'll stop and make some comments. This is the Pro Box lady. The lady who said that if you save money, if you save what, 2,000 a week or a month or whatever, you will have 72,000 or something like that in 2-3 years.
Hold on. She made a mistake. She didn't do the calculation right. She said in 3 months' time you'll be getting $74,000. But 3 times 24 is 72. So I'm saying if she got basic maths wrong, then how can she be the finance minister? I ask that people go back and listen to that keenly and hear what she said. She didn't say 72, she says 74.
And to think of it, this lady went to two of the finest schools in America, probably in the world. She went to Harvard and she went to University of Pennsylvania. And here it is that I don't know what's going on with her, but she's not well. Something is wrong with this lady. So, and you know, probably part of it is because they move her around so much. Her brain can't maintain, because they had her in the ministry where Mr. Vaz is in charge of right now. Then they moved her over to the one where Mr. Royal Reed was in charge of, and now they move her to the one that Dr. Clark ran. And I think all that movement, I think it's getting to her. But and I don't see her husband with her. I don't know what's going on there. I won't make any comment further on that. That's Mr. Desmond McKenzie. Am I correct? Mr. Desmond McKenzie, I just want you to know, sir, you're on our radar. We're getting phone calls about you. Just this week, I got a phone call about you. We're looking into it before we come out and make our statements. But I just want you to know that we're looking at you, sir. Wait, hold on.
So the one you know, the one you.
Let me fix my cravat. Let me fix my cravat. No, ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, this is my favorite minister, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, the lady who brightens up the space every time she appears. And I'm not sure if she brightens it up because of her complexion or because of her brilliance. Not sure, but the place
That
just
smile.
the place our smile, yeah, the place just get our braces. Brilliant. You know, I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't know if the lady wears braces. She probably doesn't. But this is my favorite minister. And you know, I take it that gentleman with her, that's her husband. No, Mr. Rubio was just in Jamaica, and I believe Mr. Rubio has some information, I believe, about that gentleman with her. Just 2 weeks ago, he came to my attention. Information was provided to me, derogatory information, but I said to the person, look, I don't get involved in family, unless the family member is involved in kleptocracy, corruption, human rights violations, Magnitsky type thing. If the family member is involved in something else, that's not my problem. But I'm hearing some things about him and a visa. I don't know. But anyway, nice looking couple. By the way, people, this is a party that you were not invited to, and you will never be invited to, even though you're paying this man almost $750 million. See when the money gone there, gone in a big time party. Yeah. But I want show you something. You see, all them are going on a spend on the money. Some of them don't understand that it's food the money, They don't understand, like Janet Calder and Jamaica echo it, a feel with business, a feel with thing. We don't pay attention to it. But there will come a day. There will come a day when you start paying attention. And when you pay attention, this is likely to happen. Wait, Kevin. Like this? Yeah, like this.
This is.
This, big that up for the other people can see now, please.
That's one. No, that's as big as it gets right there. If you want to, there's another one of it that we have in the tabs. If that is the one you want to show.
Oh yeah, there it is. I don't know if you can. What was that, Kevin?
I said if you want to get deeper into the details of
yeah. Put that one up for me, please. I don't know if you can really see the details of this painting. All right.
Which?
Put it up right here. This one?
Yeah, this one.
No, it's the same size. All right, that's all
Yeah,
right, no
well,
problem.
This one you can actually modify and
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Folks, take a good look at that. You see what's going on there? It says, if the people stand, the game is over. Look at what's going on. You see all of them people sitting around the Monopoly board and them have money and them are playing Monopoly. And look who hold up the board. People. People. Them are play games. Them are play. Games them are play.
on our backs.
On our backs. Indeed. And if we stand up, again, see what the thing saying, if the people stand, the game is over. That is what we're asking you to do, people. Family members, neighbors, friends, we're asking you to stand. Stand. And I'm going to digress a bit. We have 20 minutes before we get our first guest. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. Here's what I'd like you to think about. Every 4 years or so, just before the election, political parties, they'll come to you and they'll say, here's our manifesto. In fact, I think we have one here, Kevin, with the Prime Minister. We have one here with the Prime Minister.
We didn't put up his manifesto.
No. You have one where him said we have one where him say here it is. This one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. Oh, sorry. There it is. JLP takes manifesto to market and said, Prime Minister, tell you about him manifesto and one way I'm going to do and blah, 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 blah. There it is. 2016 election manifesto, right? And he tells you what he's going to do for you. And here it is, 2025. Go back and look at the manifesto. Please, people, go back and look at the 2016 manifesto and tell me if he has fulfilled his promises to you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But this is what they do. They take the manifesto to market. And they market it to you. They market it to you. Right? Now, here's my suggestion. When they come around talking about manifesto, what I'd like you to do, we have 63 constituencies in Jamaica. Every constituency, no two constituencies are exactly alike. The issues that affect the people living in Portmore are not the same issues affecting the people living in Highgate. Not the same issues affecting the people in Santa Cruz, in Moneague, in Olaba. Different issues. So here's what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that in this go around, because the manifestos they're sharpening them right now, and they're going to present them to you. I need every constituency to say, listen, we don't want you to give us a manifesto. We want to give you our manifesto, because the issues that we face, they're sometimes not reflected in the manifesto. And not only that, when the manifesto is coming from us, you know that it's serious business, as opposed to you giving it to us and we say, hooray. When we come to you and say, these are our concerns, then they know it's serious. And I'm asking every constituency present your manifesto to the incumbent and the challenger, to the man or woman who are run the constituency now and the challenger. Present it to them and say, this is what we want in our community. We have to come together, people, as one. We have to do away with the tribalism. Because here's why. The politicians, most of them, they don't live in your neighborhood. They claim to represent you, but they don't know your suffering. They don't know your pain. Or even if they know it, they don't feel it. Make them live next door to you. Make them live next door to you. I say, if you truly want to serve the people, live in the community and serve the people. So what I suggest we do is
All right, you go on. Let me grab it.
Let me cut them off already. What I suggest we do is this. You come up with your own manifesto. You want roads, you put it in there. You want electricity, you want medical facilities, you want jobs, you want water, whatever you want. Each community is supposed to formulate their own manifesto and say to the politicians, here is the manifesto. And now in that manifesto, you're supposed to put in there that every 4 months, they must come before the community and tell the community, what have they done? Even if you see it, they must come and tell you what have they done. They must be able to articulate it. Tell you what have they done, what they are doing, and what they plan to do. And, ladies and gentlemen, what they haven't done. You put timelines in the manifesto. And what they haven't done, they must tell you why they haven't done it and their plans to achieve that goal. Every 4 months, they must come to you. This is the power of the people that we're talking about. This is the power from the people. It must, as Janet Collar said, it must, not Janet Collar, Rosalie Hamilton, it's not top down. Top down. Bottom up, bottom up. It's bottom up. It's bottom up. Right? You let them know what your hopes, your desires, your dreams, what they are. And you encapsulate that, you memorialize that in a document, and you give it to them, and you have them come before you and tell you every 4 months, give you a status report. That is taking charge of your business. Another thing is this. You should not have a politician live up at Beverly Hills and represent people down in a Towile, Compound, Cockburn, Pen. It shouldn't happen, people. You cannot tell me that those communities don't have people who are intelligent, who are sensible, who are courageous, who can do the job of representing the people in their constituency. Why can't you have people in your constituency representing you? Let them live in the community, and it should say in the manifesto that you live in my community. And when you live there, what does it mean? It means that you're going to define it as primary residence. And you say your primary residence must be in our community. And for it to be primary, you have to sleep there at least five nights a week. You have to sleep there. Make them come in. Go ahead, Jamaica.
Thank you. I have a suggestion. What I would say, they could use the platform to send in their manifesto, and you can definitely help them with it. And if they so like, you could read out the manifesto for each community, and have other people if they want to contribute to it, they just speak about it, and then you can say, this community, this is their manifesto, this community, their manifesto, just to amplify their voices as well.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Once you draft, people, believe me, don't make them tell on the sound of dons. Do not make them tell on the sound of dons that they might forget somebody from up at the hills come represent on. You can do it yourselves. You can do it yourselves. And if you don't, remember what Marcus said, the man who has no confidence in himself and has lost twice in the race of life. If you don't have confidence that, look, these are issues I see every day, and you can go to Parliament and represent your people in your constituency, come on. You cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me that. So we need to get people actively engaged in drafting this manifesto and saying to the politicians, this is what we want. And as Jamaica said, if you want me to look at your manifesto, I will certainly look. If it means I have to stay up 24 hours. Now stay up 23, right? I'm still 21 right now. So. I'm just saying.
When get so much hours in a day, but if you have an issue, if your cat not drinking milk or not mewing properly, this man will find a time and say, this and that. This is how it's supposed to be. So those are actionable suggestions, and tell your people, take advantage of it. We have him here, we must treasure him, and we tell him each and every time, not just today, from your day. Let's repeat it again. But we appreciate you every way. People, take these suggestions, work on them, act on them, because Jamaica have a tendency to have all type of policy, everything written down on paper.
Yes.
To take action.
Yes. And I can tell you one. There's one called the National Gender Policy of 2011 and we're going to talk about that next week, where I can show you they come out with much fanfare, people, and talk about they must have gender equality. And we have one minister who's out there bragging that 28 of her, she has 28 manager, and 23 of them are women. And she brag about that, right? And that is not the policy. And then when I write to them and ask them, because the policy said at a minimum, you must have 3 things. Can't recall the 3 things, right? But I wrote to them and said, tell me, have you implemented the minimum so far? And I've written to the entire government, the 15 agencies and the 2 offices, Office of the Prime Minister, Office of the Cabinet. 2 have responded so far. And both of them said, why, well, we not do it. we not do it. And both of them tried to tell me, we not do it because we're new. we're new agent, we're new ministers. One of them has been a minister.
It should happen.
Yeah, one of them has been a minister, I think, since 1976, and they just added 1 portfolio to it. They added mining to the Ministry of Technology, and that one year that Minister Favor Williams used to be, the one that Minister Darrell Vaz is in charge of right now. They're telling me that it's a new ministry. I'm like, come on, we are try fool. There's no new ministry. You added a portfolio from Ministry of Mining and Transportation, and they took transportation and added it to Minister Darrell Vaz's portfolio. And I said, you just added something. It's not a brand new ministry. And I said, not only that, remember, this thing was 2011, you know. So let's say Mr. Vaz, he inherited transportation 2 years ago. The policy went back to 2011. So from 2011 to 2 years ago, show me where you did this. And you know, them surrender. But you know, the one when we really want to hear from, Honorable Babsy Grange, because she's in charge of gender. And guess what, people? They have a policy, but it's not implemented because you're supposed to have a focal person. That person is the entry point to deal with all of these issues. And both ministries said to me, no, we don't have those people. We don't have anything. And they're supposed to get money. Well, guess what? We see where the ministry agenda, where they have party, Pegasus and all over the place. I said, but if you don't have the policy fully executed, then how is it you have a party every year and you celebrate? Where the money come from? So you know what me do? Me write the Ministry of Finance and say, we want to know who to give money to. Who have you given money to for this gender thing? Who? People will go and find out. But get back to the point. You have to take charge of your destiny, people. You have to hold your politicians responsible. Please go ahead and have your little group meetings and start formulating your manifesto. Send them to me. I will review them. I will provide you with guidance. I will not lead you astray. I will never lead you astray. Please, may I ask you, don't make this election season pass and you don't complete. If I even write it on one little piece of paper and give me, I know it not have to be formal either, perfect English, and just something that you said to them. We're giving you this as a community, and we want you to tell us how you're going to do it. And based on what you tell us and what the other person tells us, then we'll decide who we'll vote for. And once we vote for you, every 4 months you must come around here. I've seen in the chat people saying that they hardly see their politicians. Look at the PNP gentleman, the one who didn't even show up for work.
Graham.
People see them, don't even see him. Graham, nobody no see him. This cannot happen, people. Cannot happen. And it pains me to know and to look at how we're just devolving. We're not evolve, we are devolve into nothingness. We'll get to the point where people just so beaten up that them just not care. Them don't even vote. And if you don't vote, you don't have a say. You have to get involved, people. So again, you have to do your own manifesto and give to them. And 2, you have to insist that they live in your community. You have to say, listen, you're doing constitutional reform. Put this in the constitutional reform. That if you're going to represent a community, a representative of the community must have a primary residence, must live in that community, and you define it. Primary residence, you must sleep in that house there, wherever in that community, at minimum 5 nights a week. 5 nights. And guess what happened, people? Your problems will be solved, Because could you imagine? Yeah, could you imagine a politician sit on there and live next door you every day they are house, Every day they are house. But you see, this is what them do. Them distance themselves from you so that they're removed from your complaints. And who them have a buffer called a counselor. and them can tell the council whatever them want. The council them go for this, go for that. You know, them go for. So, but you don't need a buffer. There shouldn't be a buffer between the people and its representative. Them supposed to live right now the community. So when guess what? You see when water cut off, them get cut off though. You see, you remember the incident where Minister Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, there was a water problem in her community, and what she said, tell them to go call water commission. Now, if she lived in that community, she would be the one calling water commission. There
would be no report.
There'd be no report.
No report.
There'd be no report.
And that's what I've been saying. And I said it to you. I said it on this broadcast before. When I was in high school, early days of high school, I remember walking through and wondering, why don't politicians live in their community? I was never one for politics. Never. Still not. But why are you representing me and you don't know me? Make it make sense.
One time every 4 years, I get to pass the patrol right in front of Mass James Gate.
See there.
Okay.
See there. It can't.
And 4 years ago, the patrol was there, and it is there today still. But I promise to fix it when you vote for me.
Yeah.
Really?
Live in the community. If people trust me, when them living in the community, want to see if they don't have to worry about nothing. They don't have to worry about nothing because when them get affected by it, then you'll see action. You'll see how quick them run to water commission, make the phone call the manager, call another minister, call that, and get the thing resolved. But when them don't, but when they don't live there and they're not suffering the pangs of hell, then they can afford to come with face the answer and tell you, let the people them go call and do this and no. But people, it starts, so critical thinking.
Yeah.
Once you start thinking, then you take action.
It's simple. Just think, hey, imagine where I live down off Olympic Way can be no different from Cherry Gardens. Think about that. And then take it from there.
Right. And you see, people, that's what and if you notice what happened a while ago, if you're paying attention, we just shared some ideas with you. You know, we just never talk about problems. We'll tell you how you can become involved and engaged with your parliamentarians, your representatives, the people that you vote for to, in fact, you know what? Let me play this.
AKA employees.
There you go.
I'm not just a citizen of Jamaica. As a citizen, it's telling you where you belong. I am more interested in looking at this problem through the lens of an owner. It is actually true that all that money in the bank belongs to us. All the government's assets that the Auditor General is talking about, this thing named government, is really the people's. That's the first thing. I'm an owner. The second thing is I have to look at it through the lens, not just of a voter. Yes, I sat. There's an election coming up. That election is actually a hiring mechanism. I am employing 63 public officials who have to step aside and we have to revisit who. So if I'm employing them, that makes me what? An employer. As an employer, I don't have the responsibility of a voter. A voter has one thing they have to do really almost every 4 to 5 years, dip your finger. But an employer has to be paying attention what? Far more often than that. And the last thing is, I am not just a taxpayer. A taxpayer is the person who Parliament write a law and say, you have to give me this. I see it as I am a financier because everything that the government is going to do, I am financing it and I want a return on my money because that is what a financier wants. So Jeanette and the team at JAM sees themselves as owners, employers, and financiers. So when I'm a financier and I hear that Barita or whoever is fooling around with my money, I'm going to hold somebody to account. How are the citizens going to do this? How are you going to make your voice heard? There are many ways. And call me the fool that I be, but I've been paying attention to governance in Jamaica for 15 years. And I sat every single time the people of Jamaica lean in and say, it nah go so. It does not go so. So who is really at fault here? Is it the employee, the 63 parliamentarians, or the employers? They are waiting for us to lean in on this matter, and there are several ways to do it. And I'm just going to share with you one way that JAMP has come up with. What people don't understand, and you're young in this thing as a politician, I said, but I've had politicians, one in particular who has been in this
Teach
a
me.
long time. And I'm afraid to say, I sit down having a drink with him at Acropolis one day. And he said to me, Jeanette, the people think we don't listen enough. We listen and we watch everything. I said, really? Him say, yeah, man. You think we don't watch it? You call a call-in show, we are listening. You write the editor, we are listening. You only think we're not listening. So I'm saying to the Jamaican people, find any way you're comfortable to raise your voice. But JAMP has come up with a way which I think ISAT could be a game changer. And I'd like to ask Will if he could just put.
All right. See, that's what we're telling is a development on what she just said. You're a financier, you're an owner, and you're an investor. No, you're an owner, investor, employer.
There you go.
Right? Right. And so we're building on that. And we're saying, well, since you're all of those things, guess what? The politicians must come to you. They must come to you. Which business you know the boss man, the employee said to the boss, hey, come here. And the boss man run and him said, and him give him instructions. No, it's the other way around. So that is what we're trying to instill in you, that you have the power, people. You have the power. And all it takes is just for you to start, just switch on that light and start thinking critically and go out and come together as a people. And I saw somebody say, oh, them can't live in the constituency of all kinds of neighborhoods. So
And I just picks up their area.
So what?
Okay.
So
Okay.
To change it. Because
Yes.
if it's not conducive for you to live there, no other human being should be living there. Problem
Exactly.
solved. This
Exactly.
information from Ms. Enid Calder, every time you hear it, it sounds so fresh. I ask, I beg, every day we have the program to have that play, just to remind the Jamaican people. Because if so much lie has been told over and over, and them accept the lies, we have to tell the truth, so it becomes the norm. So the problem get fixed, the real problems.
Prudence, Alan, whose email are you trying to get? Someone are you chatting with in the chat room, or are you trying to reach Reason with Rattigan?
But you know, Kevin, I really wonder to myself, after hearing this message, how can people still feel like these people are superior to them? There's nothing about disrespecting, but how can people still feel like that?
It's a mindset, Jamaics. It's nothing more than a mindset, and it's coming from before our time. The thing is, we're at a point in time right now, this very moment, where we can reach a lot more people, and a lot more people have access to information.
Okay.
So the closed mind that we had 40, 50 years ago, we shouldn't have today.
Sure.
Because even the 5-year-old, your 8-year-old son,
Yes.
is a master on electronic devices. So today, as information is at our fingertips, there's no reason for us to be as blindly led as we used to be. When you can request information and proof that something is being done as it was said it was supposed to be done, and get it and hold people accountable, where you couldn't do it before, you can do it now. And so this part of the mindset, we started changing a little bit of it already, because everybody start getting on with using technology a little bit more. But the rest of it, where we can say, hey, hold on. Just like we've been saying a while ago, you work for me. And what I hired you to do, you are not doing, because I still don't have any water in my community. And don't come and do a fancy photo up and give me a one standpipe and then leave and take it back.
Right.
Don't do that. And I just heard about that today, of that happening this week. Where in St. Mary it was, and I didn't go and find the information, but I was told from a reliable source that is what happened.
Crazy.
But we as employers, we as owners, we as stakeholders, no, that can't happen. Nothing can go so. And when they live with us, when them right next door, if it happened on the other side, and I look out and I say that's happening, and it's not supposed to happen, and I go to this side and I say, yo, call up Tom Strokes because this needs to get rectified, and you're the man that I put in the position to make sure that happens, they have to do it. Either that or you get up the job. And so more people from these communities, somebody had put in the chat that they raised they gave themselves a 300% increase to attract people coming out of these communities so that they can go into these positions. Listen, if you want to attract people to come into politics, then teach a pick to them.
True.
Allow the children to be able to go to school and have a decent education. And it doesn't really matter where they live. They shouldn't have to live up in Mona Heights and go to Campion in order to become a politician.
True. Civics is needed.
You know.
So
no, go ahead, Kevin.
It's just asinine, really. And so we need to move away from that mentality. We need to come out of that. We need to Lego that. That was 300 years ago, probably. Not now. Not in 2025.
You know something what I don't see happening? I don't see politicians living. I would hazard a guess or a bet that most politicians in Jamaica most MPs do not live in the constituency that they represent. I would hazard a guess. Most of them, not all of them, most of them. I would hazard that. The other thing is, I don't see them mentoring poor people. Like take a kid, like for example, take somebody like JAMAICA and say, listen, you show promise, you show brilliance. I'm going to take you under my wings and I'm going to show you how parliament works. I'm going to show you how government works. Educate you as somebody from your community so that you one day can, aspire to replace him or somebody after him, and you can represent your people. You know who them mentor? They mentor them picnic. They mentor them relatives, and they mentor them friends. Them don't mentor nobody in the community. Look and see who them. Look and see. It's like generational. One politician, and when you look, I'm picnic around. So are picnic them. One or several. And are them friends? You don't see them take somebody out of the ghetto, out of the garrison, and say, all right, this brother, this kid has show promise. They should have a program like that, a mentorship program, where them take kids from an early age and say, we're going to introduce you to what it means to be a Jamaican, how to get involved. Them don't do that. And so you can see the plan. The plan is not so that you can be educated to replace them. No, the plan is to keep you where you are so that you will always seek representation.
So true. And from first hand, let me just say, when you look at it, there is a distance between the so-called leaders in the society and the youths of the community. There is a clear distance. So therefore, you have people just talking, but nothing doing with each other. And they talk to you when it's convenient to them. So to further like what you just said, and also Kevin, we need the representatives to smell the garbage that is coming from the dump where they pile up the rubbish. We need them to smell it so them can understand that this is the reality of Jamaicans.
There's a lady in the chat right now. I don't know if she want to call her name. I'm a key spar, but now I'll call her name still. But she lives in a community where the roads are impassable. right? And she has gone to the representatives, plural, to say, "We need to fix this road." And in fact, she even gave me the number. She gave me the phone number of one of the representatives, and I called him. I said, "Listen, I don't know what you're doing, but you're not doing the right thing, because this road has been in this condition for quite some time." I'm saying, yes. Actually, he reached out to the person and talked and said, "Yeah, we're going to do something about it." But him still not doing anything about it. I'm going to call him next week. I'm going to call him again. And she said to him, "Listen, why don't you come on Rattigan show and make Rattigan talk to you then?" And him said, initially it was, yeah. And then when she said, we need a photograph so we can put it up when you come on and think we introduce. The man got
Silence.
The man got, "You're mad." Him not coming. Him say "I'm not coming" because I think he wanted to come and hide him face or something. And she said, "No, give me a photograph so we can put it up." And she said, "Send a nice one or good." He initially gave her a photograph, but it's distant, you know. She said, "No, man, we need like a passport type photograph. We need one where we can see your face and thing." Man said, No. Folks, listen. Right now, take heed from none other than Robert Nesta Morgan.
I say to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Take heed. Take heed. Take sleep and mark that. The man telling her that, I want to still take the words of politicians. Now I'm going to show you 3 politicians. And I want you to tell me, they might have a good time, you know. Most of you not having a good time. In fact, most Jamaicans will go to bed tonight hungry. I want you to look at these 3 politicians, because all of them live luxurious life. One of them is a senator, so she's not elected, but we still are going to show her a dance. And we're going to show you how them carry on, smiles all over the place. And I want you to tell me how many of them live in the communities that they represent. I want you to tell me. Here's the first one. Does he represent the community? Does he live in the community he represents? I'll leave that up to you. Give me the answer. Here's the second one. This is a senator. She's not elected, I must say that, but she's a politician nonetheless.
Minister Johnson Smith doing the drift. Let's go. Drift from the UNESCO vote. Drift from the UK prison deal. Drift from the Ukraine vote. Drift for the Moroccan fertilizer deal. Drift from the UN no vote. Drift from the Venezuela-Guyana issue. Drift from the Commonwealth election. Drift from Senator Floyd Morris. Drift from Senator A.J. Nicholson. Drift from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Drift from working for the Jamaican people. And drift into oblivion.
Right, that's all. Right, that's all. Colossal failure. But she's not elected, she's selected. Now here's another one that's elected. And tell me if him represent the place where him represent.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in hell. Wait up in West End Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby. Jimmy, I miss you. Oh, my lips wanna eat. All you wanna phone. To my surprise, you're right at home. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, a little cottage in green, hey, baby. I realize I love you still.
It's dancing while people are dying. I see that Dr. Ashley is with us. Let me just play one more video, Dr. Ashley, of representatives who do not live in their constituencies and them get the 300% raise and people are suffer in them community. Yeah.
dance. Jamaican dance. Boy. Come and dance. Come and dance. Boy. Tell us how dance if we dance it down. Anybody know dance now they're home? She ain't tired. Batman, she love. 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 Batman, she love.
Bad man, she love.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. And by the way, while we're upon a topic that, you know, I think it was, I forgot how much money was raised during the COVID telethon for the people of Jamaica. It was raised in the diaspora. And that money went to, from what I've been told, that money went to her ministry. And nobody knows the whereabouts of it. We were told that it was sent to the Consolidated Fund, and that's the end of that. But we're looking into it, and we will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. I have a distinct pleasure now of bringing on one of my heroines. When I never hear me talk about her, well, I don't hear me talk about her before. I hear me talk about her. This lady, I wish our politicians have the spine what this lady have, or the cojones what this lady have. Because this lady has stand up for truth and justice and for self. And she's an inspiration. She certainly is an inspiration for me. Because when I look at the dangers that she faced in doing certain things, you know, I said, why this woman, and may God bless her, and may God continue to bless her. A lot of you don't know her. No, you will. Her name is Dr. Charlene Ashley. And remember the name. And as I said to you before, she's the lady in court with the Prime Minister's wife, but we will not discuss that today. We're discussing something else. She's a success in her field. I shouldn't even say she's a success. She's more than a success in her field. And we're going to talk about some of our successes. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Charlene Ashley. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you very, very much for having me. It is an honor to be here with you today.
Well, no, the pleasure is all ours. You know, it's all ours. We have DJ Kevin Stu over there, and we have JAMAICA right there, my panel. And,
Yes.
and
Blessings.
And we're all excited to have you. Now, for those of you, a lot of people, they've heard the name, but they really don't know who Dr. Charlene Ashley is. Would you do us the favor of just taking a few minutes and just explaining, just talking briefly about who is Dr. Charlene Ashley?
Okay. Well, I am first a mother of two wonderful children, and a wife second, or maybe the other way around.
Hey, hold on a second. Hold on. I never heard of it like that.
I don't know, but I'm trying here.
Children come first. Go ahead.
I'm an international business strategist and marketing consultant, and I'm the CEO of the Consultancy Inc., which is a global management consulting, multidisciplinary management consulting firm. We have consultants across about 20 different locations, about 40 consultants. And over the last few years, I think have been the most intriguing and intriguing years of and at times, nevertheless, regardless of what has happened, both positively, both negatively, it has been the period of the greatest blessings that I have had. So I am happy to be here to kind of speak a little bit to that and some of the battles people have to fight behind the scene, be it personal, be it health, be it wealth, be it based on your business. But blessings are going to come in spite of whatever battles that we all face.
All right. Let me start off because I tell you, I read your background. I read the article they did on your outstanding article by the
Oh,
Financial Services Review.
thank
And
you.
before I turn you over to the panel, I must ask you this because while I was reading it, I
Mhm.
was formulating questions in my mind, and there's one question that the more I read, the larger this question loomed. They said in the thing there that they're attributing this to you, that restructuring is more than just altering a company's operational and financial strategies. To secure sustained financial prosperity, a consultant must evaluate aspects inclusive of the company's leadership, team dynamics, risk management, internal systems, and customer relationships prior to offering the guidance.
Yes.
Now, you're in
Yes.
private industry. It sounds to me that this is something the government any government should be employing, because we don't want to make it seem like it's just this government. But this sounds to me like this strategy would be sound for any government. Your take on that?
Well, I think understanding there are a couple of different things that I think you always have to keep in front of you. Once you have moved to that position or determined that you want to be a leader, be it in your entity, be it in your country, be it in your church, you must understand, first of all, the strengths and the weaknesses, but more importantly, who is it that I serve? In my business, we call it, we speak to target audience. You know, in other areas, you might call it your constituents, etc. But it really comes down to the same thing. Who do I serve and what are their needs? How am I going to strengthen myself, my team, and my systems to ensure that I can help them to fulfill whatever it is I have come to work with them on? And that's something that sometimes we take too lightly. Persons sometimes feel that because I have been around I've worked for 30 years, because I have earned this or that, then I know. You don't. You have to, one, continue, put yourself in a era and arena of continuous learning. And one of the things I think for me that my doctorate taught me was humility in knowing how much you don't know. And so to me, one of the first things I speak to is that preparation. As I've worked with both government agencies, ministries, private sector, and Fortune 500 companies, I have developed trademark strategies, which a lot of what you read about came from. The first thing we look on is expanding perspectives. So each person comes with a viewpoint, their experience, and based on that, this is what they think. But for companies, for entities, you need to move beyond what your blinders are and look on having a communication-centered strategy. How does that foster openness and co-creation and alignment across all aspects of your organization? We look from there and try to understand a few things. I like to refer to them as my compass or a content 8 as we've trademarked it. But it's to understand some basic things. What, as you're looking to your audience, what excites them? What worries them? How am I going to help to feed some of these considerations? Perspectives move into what we call default beliefs. Expansion means you start respecting the differences. While you're moving in my field, while I have to move all the different opinions, people think they're facts, listen and guide people towards what that shared understanding is. If we do that, then the outcome is going to be a collaborative roadmap. It will build both internal and external support. And so I would say for any leader at all, consider all the different areas. It's not only about you. Your job is really to deliver on what your audience, your client, your constituents have indicated they want of you.
Before I said this a while ago before I turn you over to the panel, but I must ask you this. You said that part of the calculus is who do I serve and what are their needs. Now,
Yes.
at one point you were a government official.
Yes.
Tell me if this had ever entered the calculus of government, and if so, how often?
One of the things I think of various countries is it doesn't only happen in be it the US or Jamaica. Sometimes we lose our way when we move into certain positions. The government is set in a way that you have technocrats, and they should be the persons who have studied, have experience to move in help persons to define success and to arrive and reach to that success. But I think very often you find that government and political parties get mixed and blended, which is not what should be. And I would say that once the systems remain as they're designed to be, then a lot of the challenges that we may face would not be as enormous as they are. But things get a little blended sometimes.
Okay, yes, indeed. Things get blended a lot of times. Panelists, Kevin Stew, Jamaics, Dr. Ashley.
Hey. All right. So we know your birth certificate and driver's license don't call your doctor as your first name.
Oh,
So,
no,
but-
it's Charlene. It's
Exactly.
Charlene or Charlie or Charles. Any of those.
Right? We know you're not pretty care. All right. So your doctorate, what is it
Yes.
in?
Oh, I did my doctorate at International School of Management in Paris. And my focus was on multicultural behavior, organizational behavior, and financial management.
Why?
Why? That's a good question. Because I wanted to be able to sit in the position that I sit now. Normally, you'll find out people study one track and we follow one track. I started my career in marketing. I started in PR, moved into marketing, and then moved to become a management consultant. What I found when I was in marketing was very often the business strategy wasn't set correctly. So the foundation wasn't right, and so the marketing objectives could not be reached. And then as I worked with organizations, you realize, well, it's not only about any one area. You have to think through the human resources and how they react and interact with each other. You have to understand the consumer behavior, what drives them and what leads to success. How do people behave with each other? But with all of that said, we also have to focus on the money, because that's what business is about. The business really is about ensuring that the stakeholders are going to see the positive results. And so I realized that there were areas that I needed to ensure that I had a higher level experience and training. I don't believe in advising people in an area that you're not experienced or certified in. And so because of that, I decided I wanted to look on all the different arenas as they feed into an organization that is seen as a human being. And so that's how I selected. A lot of people thought I was a little crazy. But what it has done is that it has put me in a position where I would dare say about 90% of the projects that we execute, I'm probably the only one across the region who would be fully competent to lead a team and to execute in those areas, because I've done it, I've experienced it, and I'm trained in that area as well.
Thank you. Jamaics.
Thank you ever so much, Miss Ashley. I listened to you speak, and it is just as you said, humility is a part of leadership that we must observe a lot.
Yeah.
And I must say congrats on what you have done before, what you're doing now, and what you'll be doing in the future. I heard you speaking about leadership a lot, and I appreciate that said, first thing we have to understand the strength of who we lead and also the
Yes.
weakness, right?
Yes.
With this understanding of leadership, where did you get it from, and how you feel practicing it for the first time? How was your first experience like?
I don't know where I got it from. I think my dad was a powerhouse. He was the principal of a school and he was a deacon in a church. And so I grew up serving people. I love community work. But even as he did that, he always did that with respect and with care. And so I suppose that is where my foundation came from. The very first time I was a leader at a serious level in a national entity, I would say it was a combination of always understanding where my strengths were, understanding where I had opportunity to grow, and surrounding myself with people that they can help to build on those weaknesses. And if I'm humble enough to learn, it means that each time I learn. I had a wonderful leader. He was my mentor. He was Richard Coe, was my very first senior level job. And I used to look at him and watch how he behaved in meetings, how he spoke to his team members. He was always very frank, but always very kind simultaneously. And I think for me, that is one of the things that I try to emulate. I try to build out a team, and I think I've done that successfully, where different people have different skill sets, right? That's why we speak about us being multidisciplinary. I work with my husband. I have the pleasure of working with him, and his background is engineering. He also has a master's, so no business, but an engineer and a business person or marketer thinks very, very differently. But then you have to understand that it doesn't mean that one has to be right for the other and the other one wrong. It is how are we going to look on both strengths and move towards that common goal? What is that path? And then you have to just outline that and move towards it.
Okay. I think this.
Yeah, you know, Charlene, with your background and your experience, your knowledge and your wisdom, you could easily transfer to another country. And when I say transfer, I'm talking about your skill sets as well as your physical being and your family.
Yeah.
Why is it that you've chosen to stay in Jamaica and put up with all of this nonsense that's going on with affecting you? Why?
That's an interesting question. I think each of us have to help to build our country, right? Just for the record, my entity works across 40 countries. So I do work in different countries. And yes, most definitely, I perhaps would be earning quadruple or 10 times the amount that I do in another country versus working here. But I think we all, for me, it starts at my community level. I'm very, very active, not just in my small community where I live, but also across Leeds Flats and across the island. I think each of us have to see where we can help our country to be better, where we can help our neighbor, our community, and our country to be better. And any form that comes in, then if that's the best that we have to give, we should. So that would be my response. I absolutely enjoy traveling and working in other jurisdictions. I love interacting with different cultures and understanding what we see here, understanding what we see here and how other places deal with things. How do we treat with each other? What are some of the systems that need to be in place? And I tell you something, one of the things, again, going back to that doctorate for me, it taught me, because I had people from across the globe in the class, and it was a very small class, but we had people from Iceland and Africa and etc. sometimes you think that your issue is huge, but you realize that what you're dealing with is very small, very minuscule in the big picture. And that has to bring you humility. That has to lead you to say, what am I going to do to make sure that I don't just sit and complain about what's happening, but I also contribute to whatever positive outcome I'm be it me or my neighbors or my community, whatever it is that you're looking towards, how are you going to help? And where are your best place to do that? And that's how I choose to answer. Each time that the opportunities come, where will I be able to help best and make that positive impact that the Lord put all of us on this call here. He's put us here for a purpose. So where can you serve that purpose?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Major Robert Finzi Smith. He was with us shortly there he is. Welcome, Bobby.
How are you doing?
I'm on top of the world, man.
Well, considering the company you all are keeping, I can understand.
Of course, we're with Charlene. So,
Right?
Charlene, let me ask you another question. This is a question I usually ask of politicians, and I ask it of myself as well. What keeps you up at night?
Oh, well, for me, it's pain, right? Unfortunately for me, the last 4 years have been challenging in more than one areas. And for me personally, my health took a turn. So that's an easy question for me to answer, unfortunately.
But let me ask you a question that might be a little bit intrusive. You don't have to answer it. What do you attribute that pain to?
I think a number of different things. Some might be hereditary, but I think for me, I have a medical condition. It morphed into a different form over the last few years, and a number of different things cause that. It's stress that causes it. It's lifestyle that causes it. And for me, I kind of learned how to get your head right, where you have to adjust. Different things keep many of us up. I'd love to hear what keeps you up at night as well.
Jamaican people and the issues.
I hope in a positive and negative way.
Yeah.
Yes, both.
Yeah,
both
and you notice I didn't
considerations,
hesitate though, because that
Yes.
truly is my reason for staying. I sleep 3 hours at night, and
Oh, wow.
sometimes I'm looking at the scene and I'm thinking, what can I do to help my people?
Yeah.
Ideas wise, what can I do? And as soon as I get an idea, you know what I do? I get up and I write it down. Or if I have to file an ATI, and the people in Jamaica, the government officials, they can tell you because they look at the times that I file my ATIs. I file them 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. As soon as an idea hits me, I get up and I just file an ATI. I would love nothing better than not do this program knowing that my people are well taken care of. If they're well taken, there's no need for me. I would love nothing better than not sit here on a Saturday knowing that, the people, you can't take care of everybody, but in general, people are taken care of.
But you know something though, this is still necessary anyway, because you always want to have discourse. You always want to have competing ideas and thoughts. That's when the best solutions are going to come to the fore. So we all know we'll never be without problems, but I think programs like yours are very, very important for us to understand what we're dealing with, the role we play, and hopefully having other persons lend their voice. They talk in Jamaica about veranda voters, right?
Speaking of veranda.
We all know everything that's wrong, but not a lot of people are willing to throw their hat in the ring. So I would tell you, programs like this are absolutely necessary.
But here's the thing, Charlie. When I look and I see 3 trillion unaccounted for, I don't care what them tell me can't show them money we're missing and will never come back to the coffers of the Jamaican, the consolidated fund. Never come back to help the people. Gone. When you say 3 trillion, when you say, wait there, Kevin, the one with the Osita. When I say this, right?
Mm.
When I say this, Charlene, since the start of the year to March 22nd, murders fell 34.5% to 167 from 255 in the corresponding period last year. But since the start of this year, March 24th, fatal shootings by the police rose 153% to 76 from 30 in the same period. These are the things that keep me up. When I look at the hospital situation, right? And I see people dying, and I see my minister sit down right or so, and I dance and I carry on. These are the things that are problematic to me. When I see my prime minister have 28 bank book, when I'm sure you and Earl of a company, I'm sure you know have 28 bank book between both of you, right? And him sit down and him have 28 bank books, and him won't cooperate with the agency that he brought into existence to investigate corruption. When I look and I say my prime minister can form a company overseas and claim it's for investment purpose, estate planning, and he's going to insist that people in Jamaica pay taxes, but he must do it and avoid paying taxes, and we don't know where the money came from. When I see a foreign policy or a foreign ministry that's just in shambles, and we're going to discuss that later. When I see all of these things, I cannot sleep. When I see that it has been reported that up to as high as 70% of Jamaicans tonight will go to bed with empty calories or no food.
Yeah.
That is troubling. When I look and see that, go ahead.
You know, one of the things is that you must have checks and balances. And I think if the checks and balances, if we as a people insist that those checks and balances are in place, and we're the ones who vote all the politicians, regardless of what side. We're the ones who put them in power. And so this thing of us kind of being afraid of everybody because they have this power,
Yes.
what gives the power is the fear. That's what gives them power.
Fact.
And so if we need to have the checks and balances, and we need to have the voices who are going to ask the right questions at the right time and insist on getting the answers.
So true. I have more questions for Miss Ashley, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead, please.
Said, fear is false evidence appearing to be real, and Marcus Garvey said it as well. If you're with fear, you're twice the race of life. So, thank you for that. I want to go back to leadership and communication. When I listen to you speak, you're an excellent communicator. You do it effortlessly. That is very, very important. About effective communication, you spoke about the government is mixing with the and you don't have leadership. With that being said, how you think that Jamaica can fix this level of communication to have good leadership? What is, in your opinion, what are the steps or the tools? I know that you're a strategist. In business.
That's a good question. Do we have effective leadership, and how do we fix it? I think the first thing is that, sometimes I sit and I look and I kind of have to smile. Let's look on not just any country. How do people become ministers? How do they get their positions? Is it because they have experience in the area? Is it because they have competency? Or they're able to go on the stage and they kind of can do a ray and get everybody excited, and therefore, because you talk well and you can dance, you therefore are going to lead an entire industry. The principle is wrong, right? So at the baseline, we start out with a problem. I do think that there are lots of people who are in politics who are trained, and of course the technocrats, they would be trained. That training of being a leader is very different from the training of me knowing business or finance. The fact that I studied business or finance doesn't make me into a good leader. I would recommend for any government at all that there's some basic things that are put in place. one, they gotta figure out time management. They gotta figure out, if you start from a position of respect, then this thing of waiting half hour or hour because it's a minister come into play, then the message it's already saying is that I'm more important than you, right? But if they had training in that area, if they had training and understood project management, if they understood that communication doesn't mean talking at someone, but it is talking in a manner that your message is going to receive, that it is understood, and kind of be a little humble enough to take that feedback. I think some of those basic things would go a very, very long way. So I would look at issues such as the corporate culture, that engagement and planning process. Do they understand what they're leading? How do they align the internal teams and align that with the external stakeholders? And some of what Will spoke about, that's exactly what's happening. There's no alignment with the smaller internal team, the larger ministry, and then the external stakeholders being us, the people of Jamaica. It's kind of making sure, and I talk a lot about keeping things in balance. Understanding what those stances are, accepting suggestions, making the right steps into the objective that must have been, one, a lot of them promise that, but two, is demanded. This is why you're paid. So the objective has to be the objective that is set by the people and that you also promised. I think if people would be humble enough to ensure they're trained not only in the technical skill area, but in some of the softer skills, it would go a very, very long way for a lot of them.
Bobby.
Yes, sir.
You have any questions, comment, observation?
It's interesting you chose this point of the show to ask me something because I have a little controversy. First, I'm of the opinion that we should not be electing anyone to power. We should be electing people to service.
Very true.
Next thing is, I don't think that any member of parliament, as in terms of having been elected as a member of parliament, should be a minister. It's a conflict of interest. If I am elected for a place in parliament, a constituency, and I'm then elected and told that I'm going to be Minister of Works, here's a conundrum. If I fix every road in my constituency, I can't lose.
Yeah.
But if I don't fix in somebody else's constituency because I fixed everyone in mine, it's nepotism.
Yeah.
I now have to juggle doing the job for everyone. And there's going to be somebody in my place who says, I vote for you and I still can't get the water. So my thing is, get a technocrat, get someone who understands what it means to be the Minister of Works, who is qualified, who applies for the job, is interviewed and hired. Here's a beautiful thing in my mind. The party leader or prime minister or whatever don't have to worry about firing that individual because it don't have any political fallout. You either do the job, go about your business. I don't have to worry, say you're going to vote for me the next leadership race. You're a hired person who got a job to do. And if you don't do it, you're gone. You were hired because you can do it, not because you're going to learn it and make you one or two speeches. Then fascinating things happen. Again, you probably shouldn't have troubled me in the middle of this. But
all right. Let me take your time.
Did you look up today to see the Prime Minister and the Minister of Water installing a pipe somewhere in St. Mary? First deception was we're bringing water to the community, but it wasn't in everybody's house. It was for that standpipe. Big photo up. One problem, somebody stuck around with a cell phone camera after the ceremony and everybody gone. So they recorded the water commission coming back with the standpipe. I said this to the thing with that. It happened. It's online. Now,
no, go ahead.
You can do that. You take me for what is known as a kunumono.
I haven't heard that term in a long time.
I've been around a long time. But you, I don't mind you're taking me for a fool. As long as I know I'm not one. And when you do stuff like that, you have proven my point that our entire scenario is based on optics. We're not serving the people.
Yeah.
Or we only serve them when we think, oh, you know, I need them vote. Something wrong.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Let me ask, because you've been a leader, you know what it's like to lead, and Charlene has a specialty in that area. Let me ask both of you this question: are leaders born, or are they made?
Half and half.
I would agree with that. I think leadership is a choice. I agree.
They learn leadership by experience.
Mm-hmm.
But Jamaica's greatest problem is our attempt to put square pegs in round holes. And then in an attempt to appear that like we're bright, we look for complex solutions to simple problems.
You know, I'm going to start right there. Tigo never said this, my virgin give me a phrase. I must say, life is a simple game made complex by fools. Mm-hmm. And him also asked me to say, when you put a clown in charge of the class, you don't have a teacher, you have a classroom of clowns. But what that means is that we are also part of that circus. And unless we have a mindset that we break out of it, and like you say, we hold them to service, not to power. We have the power, and they're supposed to serve. Until we come out of that mindset that we elect them and then they're only accountable to us every 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
It's nonsense. We have to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Kevin, I see you waiting to ask a question patiently.
Charlene, what is the greatest challenge you have with accomplishing the goal of setting an enterprise, an entity on the path to repetitive success?
The biggest challenge is that people don't like change. And so for me, I always, when I start, I tell them, you know, get ready to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because we like what we know where we want to go, but we don't want to necessarily walk through that challenge to move into the other side of success. So I would dare tell you that is the fundamental reason, followed by lack of communication skills. And I say that in a broad way. So communication skills, not whether they can speak well or not, but whether it's 2 ways, you know, are the leaders managing up? Do they allow their team members to manage upwards? And are they humble enough to ensure that they're going to serve?
I wanna put something up on the screen. Kevin, JAMAICA, and I, we discussed it with our audience, but I want to get your take on it, Charlene and Bobby. Here it is. Kevin, you can pick that up for me. All right,
that's it for this, from this platform, from this medium. But can you both see it? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You see a table?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Okay.
Give me a take on that, please.
Somebody needs to shake up the board.
So something needs to bite somebody, or somebody needs to get juked up in.
Yeah, but can I tell you something that's in my mind a little more graphic? They say it's only take a teaspoon of water to drown you.
Yes.
You know you can drown in the surf, therefore, yeah?
Correct.
Surf being where the beach, the sun and the sea come together at the beach. You have that picture in your head?
Yes.
So you can drown in that. But you know the easiest way to not drown in that?
To ride the wave.
Stand up.
Just like this.
If you
That's
stand up,
deep. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
if you stand up, it's at your knees. You can't drown from your knees.
True.
But you realize that this though represents what we as Jamaicans have been going through for much too long. And when these people here are ready to stand up, you know, we offer them 5,000, 15,000, 45,000 to stay down. And somehow you find people feeling honored to collect the 5,000 and stay down. It's very graphic, very, very, very graphic.
The question is,
yeah.
Well, they've just told you what they're worth in their own minds.
Yeah.
Instant gratification.
So how then do you get to the point of success by using the people that are there? And I'd extend this question to you too, Bobby, as someone in leadership, or has been and still on occasions are. How do you get those people who didn't have that mindset or who has had a mindset of, boy, you know, I saw the thing set? How do you get them to the point of being a part of the success?
You ever read the book Who Moved My Cheese?
I'm familiar with it. Haven't read it.
Read it. No answer I can give you will encapsulate the truth as much as that thing. Read Who Moved My Cheese.
So,
Charlene?
yeah, one of the things I would say when people don't have that mindset is that it requires patience, it requires strategy, and it does require inspiration. So there are a couple of baseline things that people can do. Lead by example. You got to show people what that success looks like through your own actions. And so that's why I believe in community work is very, very important. The actions, the discipline, that's what's going to lead to the results. But change their narrative, help them to change their narrative, help them to shift from that negative mindset to shift to a growth mindset. And that's easily said. But I'm one of those people who believe in baby steps. Baby steps. You're not going to see where you move, where you're going to reach until you just start putting one foot in front of the other. If we can figure out their motivation and outside of that motivation of giving them a money or a box juice, but everybody has a reason that they want to succeed. So who is going to be that leader who is going to know help them to change their motivation? Is it going to happen in the church? Is it the schools? Is it in the homes? Is it in the communities? I think these are some of the things that we'd have to think through and then decide that we're going to be patient. I think as adults, sometimes we're all very pretentious, you know, because we will say, oh, I trained them. I told them this, how much time? Why are they not listening? But you and I don't learn anything by hearing it one time. And so I really do believe you would have to have that teaching movement and that movement, and that you learn to celebrate every single success along the way. It's not going to happen overnight. You're going to have to empower the people, not criticize everything if it doesn't fall in line with what you think, and surround them with that right energy. So I think there's a lot of moving parts that are going to have to come in play to reach where we want to reach.
I agree entirely, but the other thing in my mind is plants don't grow overnight from a seed.
Yes.
No,
Correct.
we have been planting the wrong seeds. Rattigan, you have heard me say this before. We tell our children, go to school, get an education, get a qualification, get a job. So we're gone back to the plantation. We have never said to them en masse, go to school, get an education, get a qualification, and own something. The system does not want us to own anything. because if we own things, the workforce will diminish in terms of who is available, and the price for who is available going to go up. We are the largest remaining plantation on earth, undergoing the longest slave revolt in history. We still think in a case of, I need a walk. No, you do not need a walk. You need to understand what you want to own. So you in school will begin to determine for yourself what they're teaching you that will help you to run your business.
So, Robert, I think you just said something very key. They're going to learn that in school, which means we have to train the teachers to know it so they can help to teach.
Yeah, because we don't right now teaching people to pass exams.
Yes.
I keep telling people this, and I hope I don't. Well, I irritate people anyway. I used to have the greatest respect for people with degrees, and then I worked at a university. And I understand that sometimes PhD means post-hole digger.
Okay.
You have people on the streets selling on the sidewalk who make it from day to day with a mindset that most people who have whole heap of degrees can't begin to acknowledge. They can't do it. They don't understand the motivation of getting somebody get dinner this evening and breakfast you didn't know if you're going to. It develops a certain level of survival instinct. And we have now allowed our youngsters to satisfy that survival instinct by miscreant behavior. You have people who are doing lots of scams, who are fooling people abroad, who have degrees.
Yes.
And if you listen to them, how they sell the product, it would amaze you.
Yes, very true.
I know at least one case where somebody scammed somebody out of 4,000 US. And during the dialogue, say, by the way, how is your medical situation? And and person, I'm making it. I hope this will help me. And say, just a second. And him send him back the $4,000. And at the second time him bounce him for 8. And the man said, this person really has me in mind. And they find the 8 and send come because the person has proven to them that they are a good person. And all the person did was invest. And him invest the man own money with it. These are the people we have.
True.
I think one of the things people don't understand is that the PhD and the DBA and all of them, what it shows is that you have taken a little bit more time to learn your craft, but it doesn't mean that one is better than the other. And one of the things that which stood out to me when I was in school, when one of my lecturers said to me, listen, Charlene, I can say you have a whole heap of experience. I can see that you are showing that you know this and that, but that's not what this school is about. It's about learning a theory. And I don't know if you ever heard that term that says ceteris paribus. All other things remain equal, which means it's not real life.
There you go.
Because you're going to get a situation and a scenario that says all these other things that you, in your experience, know are going to happen, they're not going to happen. So I think sometimes people get a little carried away and a false sense of what it means to not only for the education, but also to run your own business. Because I actually thought you were going to say that people aren't being taught to be entrepreneurs, which I agree with. But I also think every time that comes up, not everybody is meant to be an entrepreneur. Not everybody is meant to be a leader. We all have our roles in life.
Most Americans don't need to be taught to be an entrepreneur. From the corner shop to higgler on the sidewalk, they don't need to be taught that. They know what they need to be told is what are the tools that can make them a more successful entrepreneur.
Yeah.
But we're not interested in doing that, which is why the Prime Minister once during the COVID thing spoke about the corner shop with very disdainful tones. Unfortunate, but true.
Yes.
Our situation is, how can I put this without being troublesome? We are still in the plantation mode where we keep people enslaved in their own minds. A man, think about it. A man make a little money by whatever means. And the first thing he does is buy a fancy car. Some depreciates the minute you drive it out of the storeroom.
Yeah.
And tell you that I'm not interested in a house because the house can't skate on the toll. So it's all about optics. I'm not eating well, but I'm driving a fancy car. I'm not living somewhere that somebody can knock on the gate and tell me that the rent is due because I'm driving a fancy car. You have people who go to, I'll not call the name of the store, but take out stuff on hire purchase, which if they complete it, they pay 3 times the value of it. And depends on how you want to show off. They will find themselves taking it out just so them can show off on them friend until the bailiff come for it.
I mean, how do we move people from that position though? Because you find that people tend to give others respect because of the car, because of the brand names, and not for them to understand that wearing name brands not going to build wealth, which is really where they should be moving it towards, right?
Yeah,
owning those brands, not wearing the clocks.
I can tell you something that happened to me. I have from a long time had a love, call it, for European cars. And somebody told somebody at the place that sells Jaguars that Mr. Finzi Smith has an antique, which I do. But them call me and I go down to the dealer and him show me a brand new Jaguar. And I hear you like these kind of cars. I say, yes, I do. And he said, we're selling this one at a steal, you know. I said, okay. And I said, how much? He said, 15 mil. And I walk around it once, and I walk around it twice, and I walk around it 3 times. And the man said, what you looking for, sir? I said, how much you said? He said, 15 mil. Okay. He said, then what you looking for, Major? I said, I'm looking for the bathroom. Because if I paying 15 mil for something, it better come with its own bathroom.
And a bed.
And you can use the back seat as a bed, but it better have its own bathroom. I can put on money on a student apartment.
Yeah.
We
but
have
that is your mindset, eh? Your mindset is not about looking rich, which is what I think a lot of people tend to do. It's about building that wealth, you know, the consumption, the small man. And this is my era, right? I do a lot of work for the larger brands and how to get persons to purchase more.
Mm-hmm.
But what people don't understand is that the brand is only an emotion.
And
Because you can have 2 different, one big brand, you pay a couple millions for it. Same thing made in the same factory with a different tag on it, and somehow the value is lost.
Yeah. Cornflakes. We're in the supermarket and the cornflakes without the box, just say in a thing that they contain it in. You ever seen the price difference?
Yes.
Yes.
My thing is this. Do you know how rich people stay rich? By acting like them poor.
Oh, yes.
You know, poor people stay poor by acting like them rich.
Like they're rich. Yes. I tell you something. When we had an office on Waterloo Road, and my staff used to go and buy lunch from a little shed, little Chinese man with him shed. And when we were moving, they had owed a hell of a bill. Not the company, but the staff. And, you know, we looked on the gentleman and we said, listen, we don't have the money. It's not our responsibility, but we can't do that to the man. Well, when Mr. Gentleman came with his brand new spanking Benz going on a 1-year cruise, because what? He had several of these little shops. And if you know about those little shops, the prices are much higher and the margins are higher. But he learned about building wealth. And that you don't need instant gratification. You work towards, it's discipline, you know. It's a discipline that it's going to take for you to wait, work, and then you're going to see the rewards. It's not going to happen overnight.
They don't want to wait.
28 bank account.
Yeah.
No, but you see, I have the explanation for the 28 bank accounts. Some people collect stamps. Other people collect books. The individual public collect bank books.
All right, hold the explanation with the collection of the bank books and stamps. let me try and switch gears here. We have 20 minutes to go before our next guest. Charlene, you don't have to go, and we'd love to have you back. I'll just say that in advance. But listen, you spoke about wealth, and I read the piece on you. You talk about financial restructuring. I would love to get your opinion on SSL.
Did you start by saying I didn't need to answer? Or you didn't say that? Did you? I'm not sure if I heard that.
You put yourself at risk by answering that.
There you go. Sometimes a non-answer is an answer enough, yes?
Not on your behalf, but you want me to answer it for you?
Yes, please.
There's a thing called history, and there's a thing called his story. SSL, seed. So go say you plant a seed and things grow. SSL had its seedling planted back in the time when there were certain banks like Eagle Merchant and other such the like. The same people who operated that contributed to SSL. SSL had its parents, so to speak, who contributed greatly to what they call FINSA. And when the gentleman of Chinese origin took off for parts unknown, he left it with the person who later started running SSL. And SSL was stopped by a government from practicing because of their practice. Another government opened the door. No, I don't run a business. I don't care anybody wants to say him is going to boycott me. I don't care. It's a fact. I'm not telling you anything that don't go so. And I find it fascinating that somebody said, I got money as a loan to build an edifice from SSL, and they were not authorized to put out loans. But Jamaica has a talent for ignoring things we want to ignore, even though it's slapping us in the face. You not only did that, you took my money from the NHT contributor, etc., and lodge it in the place. And I don't get a statement yet.
But Bobby, conceptualize for us what will justice look like in the SSL saga? Tell us what it is. No, tell us what it is and what you think it should be.
It's a misappropriation of funds. It is a lack of fiduciary responsibility. And if you want to be unkind, you can say it is fraud at its highest order.
Charlene, agree or disagree?
No, I agree. I think when you look on some of these situations, that when ethics of public stewardship, I would agree with a lot, if not most, of what he shared. I just again just have to go back to how do we as a people see a lot of these things happening. We know they contribute to social justice and inequality. We see that the rich continue to get richer. We go in front of a mic and we do this great thing about we're going to be making sure we investigate and we give a timeline, etc. But who is holding those people accountable? Are you doing it? Are the technocrats within a ministry doing it? Are the people doing it? Is it up to the advocates? I think it just tells you that there is an unfortunate rotting. And sometimes you have to core, you have to cut to the core if you want to address.
Let me swing back to Finzi then. Bobby,
sir.
I'm gonna take you back. I'm gonna take you back to the moment that Dr. Nigel Clark came out and explained to the nation what was going on with this institution called SSL. Role-playing time. You are now in charge of that investigation. Walk us through it.
I want all computers cauterized and taken and put in my office now. I want the list of all transactions over the last 6 months at the very least brought along with them. I want the people who are responsible for the trading and all the day-to-day operations to be interviewed individually. Along with this interview, you will submit to a polygraph. Reluctance to accept the polygraph will indicate a lack of cooperation at the very best. I want to speak to people differently and separate apart from each other. They can't be spoken to in tandem. And then I add up who said what and who didn't say what. They also forget that a lot of the money was US currency. And US currency is like a homing pigeon. It finds its way back to the United States banking system before you even blink, which now makes it a federal case. I find it fascinating for political or other means. Everybody concentrates on what Usain Bolt lost.
Yeah.
Fine, but if you know Usain's income, it's a loss, but oops. I'm talking about the 78-year-old woman who's planning for her comfort and her medication and any treatment she may need has now gone down the drain, literally. There are a number of people like that. Has anybody spared a thought for them? Or just because you say a name easy for call?
Spiritual.
I tell people, if you don't pick it up yet, it's when people was hero worshiping Batman and Superman, I worship my mother and father. So I am full of stuff. They told me, my father used to say, go in one ear and come out the other. Daddy, little did you know. What I have picked up is my mother saying, this thing about each person is created equal is male cow fecal matter. If we're all created equal, we'd all be running 9.58. Nobody is created equal, but you must have equal opportunity. What you do with that opportunity will be up to you. I can give a youth in Trenchtown or Tivoli or whatever the same opportunity as a guy in Cherry Gardens. And he does something with it that the guy from Cherry Gardens figure him good, man. Just put something in a microwave. And the guy from downtown surpasses him in terms of capabilities and ownership because he took advantage of what you gave him.
Correct.
We have a condition where we keep there's a whole thing I heard some time ago. It says, the rich will always be with us and so will the poor. For the rich will make sure. Yet it is written that the meek shall inherit the earth. My question is, who will write the will?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna bring back in Charlie now. Kevin.
Yeah. Charlene, I would like to talk with you a little bit more about the whole idea of changing the mindset. So working with the Fortune 500 companies and the major players in the industry, you get everybody else to buy in, changing the mindset of those purchasers so that they become a sought after commodity. So yes, they're sought after so that they can spend, but for them to get the mindset that they have something to offer also, so that they can be bought into in order to change the mindset of Joe Blow looking to make that big purchase that they can't really afford. You know what I mean? To change that mindset. 'Cause if you can reach me for me to go buy a full Nike outfit,
Mhm.
then you must know how my mind works. How you get me to understand that I can take that money and invest it in me.
Mm. I like that. I like that question. So you're looking now on the consumer empowering themselves. So
Right.
shifting the mindset of purchasers. I think that's such a profound idea that would mean that we have to rethink the traditional roles in society. So instead of having consumers kind of passively buy the goods and services, they're now starting to learn from what they're purchasing. So they move from being a consumer to a creator. So for me, I go into the Apple store, love it. I love everything. I look on the Apple store and I see wooden boxes, very affordable. I see people who are dressed consistently with a brand, but in their own way. And then if you look on a smaller brand, they're probably spending millions to outfit their location so they can look rich. What I think the big brands have done is that they combine economics. I heard somebody speak about hire purchase earlier. Hire purchase came about because we realized that persons get paid in small doses, right? You get paid every week. And so you can't buy the big thing, but you want the big thing because you're always going to find the lowest level of income always aspiring to be bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I would think if you now want to start spinning that to move our consumers to be creators, is for them to start observing. So when I go into the Apple store and I say, oh my God, I'm feeling fabulous, like they know my name at the door. Why do I feel like that? And is there any way I could emulate that? Could I therefore make sure that my clients are going to feel that same way? And how am I going to do that in my business? I think it would therefore take very inquiring minds and very ambitious people. And a lot of people have done it, right? That's why we have new brands coming in every day.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it is now a larger shift to moving the where the power grid sits, and for persons to kind of understand that they're the ones who provide revenue, which is a key driver for the brand. So how am I now going to turn and ensure that I have something that can be, I call monetized or commercialized? I think it would take that amount of work to kind of get persons to always inquire. For me, listen, I watch Housewives. I tell people I'm so embarrassed to tell anybody that I watch Housewives. But I watch it because I love to see how persons take a platform and build absolutely fabulous wealth from almost nothing to having a global brand, which is Skinny Girl. What did they do differently from everybody else? And I would tell you that that's what is needed. Know what you have, know what you don't have. Work. I believe in people having a mentor to help you to work towards that end goal, but always kind of understand the value you have and how you're going to kind of twist that to start making money. It's a long road. But for me, they started in schools, high schools, in teaching persons about entrepreneurship, about the money management. Then you're kind of going to start shifting how your nation thinks. But if we go to school and what we really learn is to swat this and swat that, and then we get an A and we feel great, but our mother still can't pay the light bill and the mortgage, then we're not really empowering our society, our consumers to change in any way. So an entire shift of how we do what we do.
Jamaica.
Thank you, Charlene. Thank you much.
Thank you. I would say that you're a strategist, you're a true strategist, and I appreciate that. I am just happy for technology to be in the presence of such wonderful minds. I think
you're very kind.
And I think the people in the comment section share the same sentiment as I do. That's why they like, comment, and they share this type of information. Somebody said to me that Jamaica needs to change, and I know Jamaica is changing right in front of our eyes. We have never had so much conversation about leadership, about good governance, accountability. These things are imperative in order to shape a nation. I'm happy that we're on the point of business and leadership. And you said earlier about the $5,000 to people because of inflation. No, at $20,000. It was said in the House of Parliament last year. But we're not gonna get into that. Also, just to remind people this about the Chinese bamboo tree. You spoke about delayed gratification, and that is imperative. The Chinese bamboo tree, we know that it takes 4 years for surface. It takes only 6 weeks to grow 80 feet. So it means that we have to ensure that we have the grinding period, we work hard and still have the vision in mind. In your opinion, I would love to ask, how do you see Jamaica moving MSMEs from one point to the next in order to get, success for the country? What are the things that you think needed? How we can do that?
I do a lot of work with SMEs, and I'm always intrigued somewhat of the difference in the mindset between the large entity and the smaller entities. A lot of times the SME focuses on their emotions and how they feel about something at a given moment, rather than looking way down the end of the play field. With the larger companies, they understand what they have. And one of the things I learned with my very first job, if you will, any of you on the call, if you come to me, I want your service, and you say to me, it's $1,000 for the service, the first thing that I would do is start negotiating at 50%. Doesn't matter the service, because you want to work with me because I have the brand. The highest I will ever go is 75%. Now, you'll find small businesses don't do that. They spend in a much larger way, believe it or not, than you're going to find your larger entities doing. So the first thing I think is that they need to understand that thing named finance. Understand that you cannot take your emotions to the bank. So be it that people are going to say that I have 10 staff or 50 staff, be it that because I am the one employing you, I'm able to order you, even though you know more than me, but it's me have the money. Once we kind of start moving beyond those things and start being disciplined in the work that it takes, then I think we start making the first step. One, I think people have to research and research whatever industry, be it in country or you wanting to go to another country. Research, know what you don't know. There's so much you don't know. Move after you're doing the research. You got to understand the finance in the country that you want to go to versus what's happening in your own country. And how are you going to kind of manage that? The government now does a lot of grants. I tell SMEs, look, even if you don't think you're ready, look at them over and over and consistently and see what it is that it takes to get one of these grants. They're giving out grants of $40 million, $30 million, 300,000 US and 500,000 US. And these are for SMEs. These are not for large entities. Getting the grant, though, does require some amount of discipline, right? There are some baseline things you're going to have to do. You have to have your business registered. You have to pay tax. I know that might be political. You have to keep your books in a certain manner. So the long and short of all of it is that I think Jamaica is one of those nations that we are so absolutely creative, right? You spoke about the scammer. That's creativity in figuring out how you're going to get the man fee, give you back your money and then reinvest him. How is it that we're going to kind of hone that creativity and turn it and make it into money? A lot of the countries that the economy is doing well, the government does help those SMEs. You look on a country like China, the government has a vested interest in making sure those SMEs work. And so I would think that it's a combination of, one, the SMEs getting ready. And if they can't, because not everybody's going to figure out some people are good at the money, some people good at the communication, some at the, figure out where you're weak and find the right persons to help you. There is lots, I sit on a number of boards voluntarily. There's a whole heap of people that sit and help people to create their business plans, their strategy, call people. I knew somebody the other day that maybe want how do I put A and B together? I know that there's so many of us that are willing to help SMEs. So I think a combination of the government understanding and helping to a larger extent and investing, and the SMEs themselves now taking the steps that they need, from the research to the finance to making sure they have their systems in a manner that they are repeatable and they can do them all the time, so it's the same quality. Jamaica is known as a sample country. I don't know if you ever heard that. We're the country of creating samples. Yeah. So how do we scale? How do we move to, because it costs money. That's the long and short, it costs money. I might call Will and say, Will, I don't have any money. Are you willing to invest in this idea? But hopefully we'll know how to manage money better than just say, boy, I like Charlene, so I'm going to give her our money. So therefore, what is it that we're going to need to put together, and how we need to speak to people, the potential investor, to make them buy into whatever that idea or concept is?
Look, Charlene, there is so
much. I
much.
laugh a while ago. You want to give? I will take the money,
I know.
Right?
No, one of them. One of them
investments.
Poor, no, one of them were poor, but go on like rich, See my background, see my house behind the Charlene. Charlene, look, it's been a pleasure having you on. It's been engaging, it's been insightful, and it's been rewarding, not only for the panelists, but for people in the chat, because I'm reading the chat. And people are saying it's quite an interesting and a mature conversation. When Ronnie are talking like foolishness. And what I'd love to do is I'd love to have you back on. I know you're busy, and I know Earl had to twist Earl arm You know, so I figure if I talk to you, you're gonna tell me something I don't want to hear. So better me talk to Earl. So,
So you see what I mean? You figure out what that secret sauce is to get
I
to the end
mean,
game.
Earl, if you're listening, you soon hear from me here, sir. Earl, I'm my best buds now, man. So Earl, me have to talk to, you know. So for set it up. But we have Dr. Duncan in the wings. But what I'd love to do is to have you make a going away remarks, because I know you're coming back. And then before you do that, though, I'd love the panelists to kind of like say something about you and say something about what happened today. And then we hear from you and then we'll close off the show. So let me start with Kevin. Kevin.
But Charlene, this has been quite an enlightening dialogue, and I look forward to you coming back and us talking some more. And we'll set it up and figure out if I can get you on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, because I know other people want to hear from you, would like this information too. Joe Blogs had asked how much for a 6-week course. So maybe if you haven't started doing it yet, you might want to look into setting up an online course running for 6 weeks. You know,
What?
basics.
Wonderful.
Continue. I say you took my suggestion. Continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because the question was asked, you know. So I just look forward to you coming back in this capacity and addressing the other situation when that one is sorted out. But we'll talk about it for you, don't worry yourself. But thank you. Really, truly appreciate of it.
Jamaica.
You know, Kevin has said it all. No, I'm just saying. Thank you. Your presence was welcome, refreshing, and you have a lot of people thinking critically about money management, about leadership, about communication. And again, I must say that you're an excellent communicator. And I know that people that are watching and will watch this is being broadcast is going to resonate with what you have said. For constantly choosing Jamaica. Thank you for learning. And most importantly, thank you for teaching. As Kevin said earlier, to say that I hope that you're able to platform so that more people can hear your voice. And I believe if a lot of people hear your voice, you'll have a lot of people moving from higher interest rate, a lot of people taking their own lives, a lot of people not going to the life of crime, and a lot of people believing in Jamaica. We have too much brilliant mind, not just bright people, but we have brilliant mind that is able to think critically and be effective. So thank you very so much. Can't wait from you again. I love your nugget you drop. I have my notebook. I took a lot of notes. Thank you.
Bobby.
Yes, ma'am. You have reformed somewhat my attitude towards degrees. The most I can say, for what it's worth, is I figured out what your doctorate is in. It's common sense, which is a very rare doctorate.
Like that.
And I can see why you will be very successful in the future as you are now. But don't get disappointed when people just keep asking you who moved the cheese. Because dragging people kicking and screaming into something for their own good can be frustrating. But I can see that you have one thing that overpowers all of that. You have a love for what you do. And my mother used to tell me, find something that you love doing and get them to pay you for it. You'll never work a day in your life.
Yes.
Yes.
And I can see you have achieved that. My congratulations.
Thank you.
I wish that you are able to cure one disease in this country where people confuse service with servitude. Once we cure that, we're good to go.
All right.
But it's been my pleasure listening to you.
Charlene, before you say anything, let me just say that I just got a message from, and this I've got lots of messages flowing in from all over the world, but this one is I like this one. It's coming from Jamaica. It's from a dear friend of mine who's a lecturer. I won't say where, but she said, "Will, a most refreshing, informative, and non-political presentation," and I want to thank you for that. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored to be here to sit on your platform and have a chat with you. I've totally enjoyed it. But I want to just say to the persons who are listening and watching that no matter what you're going through, personally, professionally, medically, there's always a way forward. You can decide to use your pain as your platform, because all of those challenges that you have, they can lead to the change, and you don't have to have it all figured out. You just need to have that courage to understand that your story matters. So what do I know? I know that resilience is a skill, and we have to continue honing it and watering it. Leadership is a choice, and that success is still within the reach of everyone, regardless of where you are now and regardless of your past. So let's figure it out. How do you turn your lowest points into leverage? For me, in the last years, even though it has been my most challenging, I have built a business that is now being franchised across the world, that we're having discussions with Africa and India and several in the US. And so for me, that is my way of building my legacy to leave and to pull others up with me. So we can all live our story, share our story, and make history in our own way. So again, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, and I want to thank Earl. Most say you don't know Earl, but I want to thank Earl for being my interlocutor, for being my intermediary, to make sure. Earl, be
I must add that it is that power of having the right partner that has led in the last 3 years that we've won, for the company has won over 5 awards. And this year I've won another award, and totally up to me because of the team and because of my husband and, you know, the role that they all play. So I agree. Big up Earl all the time. He's my rock. He's my rock.
All right, Charlie. Take care of yourself. Talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me on.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Yes, folks. Dr. Charlene Ashley. Earl, big up yourself again. Right now, we're going to have the inaugural initiative that we talked about. That is present a problem, share a solution. And this is a mini version of it. So what we're going to do is, and we spoke to her, we have the lovely Dr. Karen Dunkley in the wings, and she's an educator and an educator of esteem, a world-renowned educator, Jamaican born and bred. And she come through the School of Hard Knocks, and she has managed to survive and succeed and thrive. We're going to have her on, and she's going to present a problem regarding education in Jamaica. She's going to spend about 5 minutes just kind of framing the issues for us. We know what most of the issues are. I don't know which one of the issues she has chosen. This is going to be a complete surprise to all of us. But it's not the issue so much as it will be the solutions that she'll present. So she'll present about 5 minutes to frame the issue, and then she'll spend about 10-15 minutes providing solutions, and then we'll have a discussion with her. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one, the only, Dr. Karen Dunkley. Karen, welcome.
Thank you, Ratty. Big up. Greetings and salutations, of course, to you and your viewers and your listeners.
Hold on a second there. All right, here we go. I'm going to put you over there. So, all right. Karen, you've been on this program many times. People know you, and they know who you are. They know how you feel about education. They know what you're doing. Not completely, but in a general sense. What we'd like you to do is step away from the general today. Make it specific. Pick a problem. Well, you have picked a problem. We don't know, we don't know what the problem is, but we'd like you to take the floor. Well, you're on the floor right now, but we'd like you to start speaking to us about a particular issue affecting education in Jamaica. And then after about 4, if you finish before 5 minutes, that's fine. But we give you a 5-minute hard stop, and then you go right into the solutions. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me say big respect to Kevin. Really good to see you, Kevin. JAMAICA, this is the first time I have joined you on this platform, along with Sir Rattigan Esquire. And greetings, Major Robert Fincy Smith.
How are you, man?
Doing well. So Rattigan, boy, I'm telling you, you say 5 minutes to talk about a challenge that you articulate as a problem. There are two pieces that immediately when we spoke, I wanted us to address if you look at how we're organized in high schools in Jamaica, the reason why I'm thinking about the high schools, if you look at the achievement levels in Jamaica as they currently stand, you will see, for example, that our young people, I call them scholars, that on what we call the standardized testing, i.e., as they are measured in terms of the performance index, that at reading proficiency, we have half of our students that's attaining a level 2 or high in reading. So it simply means that 50% of our students are not meeting expected reading standards compared to 74% of the world by OECD. Now, the reason why this is important, if I just say 50% or not, it doesn't mean anything to the audience. So when they understand that in Jamaica, our students are lagging behind where everyone else is at 74, it means therefore that that's an issue for us. In terms of, there is a big disparity, by the way, when it comes to socioeconomic, which is similar to the United States in terms of socioeconomic status. So we find that students who are advantaged around socioeconomics tend to outperform their disadvantaged peers by 45 score points in mathematics. And these statistics, these data points are available on the OECD website. The other piece that is really critical when it comes to the performance in Jamaica, and obviously this information is not a secret, is that it's only when it comes to math, is only 26% compared to, by the OECD average, 69% of high school students. And not to use a lot of acronyms that people might not connect to or with, OECD means the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And they do a lot of policy and data work. For example, the Program for International Student Assessment, we call it PISA, that really looks, it's a global test that every 3 years to students who are 15 years old, and it measures the reading, the math, and science across countries. They also publish a report known as Education at a Glance. So I want to highlight the underperformance, but let's contextualize it in the economics. And the reason that is important to me, I was raised poor. I didn't know that we were poor by society standard because our mom and our dad really and did an excellent job of making sure that we never know so we're poor. We had love and we never have the biggest food on the table, but we were eating well, Rattigan, not realizing that we were eating healthy. They call it whole foods now. We're eating from the yard, eating from country. We're paying a lot for organic now. And them times that we wanted to go to Kentucky, we couldn't go to Kentucky maybe once a year or on a Sunday, you get a Crazy Jim ice cream. So we now begin to look back at life and realize that we were really living the best life. I want to draw a line, and I know you say only one problem, but we cannot speak about student academic achievement without drawing a line back to teachers. The number one indicator of student success is going to be teacher expectation, and that is tied into teacher effectiveness. In Jamaica, we know that top 3 challenges would be the migration of educators to countries like the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. We know, for example, that there is a decline in interest in teaching. And of course, teachers continue to describe working conditions that they deem as inadequate And so there's tremendous dissatisfaction and attrition just around teachers and working burnout. So what I wanted to do is to draw a line back as a former high school principal and deputy superintendent of schools and a consultant, quite frankly, that help a lot of large scale districts manage these issues around student performance, accounting for socioeconomic status, and all of the other embedded issues. So I want to pause here, Rattigan, before I get to my solutions. Any questions in terms of the problem, the challenge that we have identified for student performance, tied back, of course, to teacher retention challenges before we get to the solutions?
Okay, so just to simplify and clarify, we're looking at the problem being the way students are learning or the way they are testing.
We're looking at the way in which students are organized to learn in terms of the high school band, the high school grade band. So for example, I went to St. Catherine High School, and then when I graduated St. Catherine High, I went to HOLNESS Girls for 6 years. And what tended to happen was you were tracked, and I am not a proponent of tracking. Tracking is a disservice because it really mutilates children's future. Tracking says to a child that at the time, you're either in the academic track, and that was quote unquote for bright children. And if you're not so bright, and they didn't think at the time that you would pass the CXCs, then they said, oh, you must go into one of what they call the other tracks, and that would be like the food and the nutrition tracks, and the welding and the mechanical tracks, the technical tracks, not realizing that being technical, if you can be an electrician and a plumber, that's another type of genius. So now, because the education system has graduated, in Jamaica, we need to think differently about how we're organizing schools for students to learn. So for example, if I were to say to you, Kevin, if I wanted to study pre-med, and I grew up in Ensom City, Spanish Town, I went to St. Catherine, my day-to-day at St. Catherine High School could not lead me into a pre-med. If I were interested in the trades, my day-to-day would not lead me to specialize. So I want to talk about how, especially as an island state that is developing, that is under-resourced, how we need to organize the high schools to specialize, because if we cluster them and they specialize, we can resource. So when young people come out, they're micro-credential, which means that they can begin working right away. It means, for example, that whatever their genius is, they can go to where their genius is, understanding that every high school will have a base program. Just like when you go to college and you do a degree, you have what they call your core classes. So every high school will have a core program. In addition to the core program, we need to rethink, because now every high school trying to do everything. And because of that, our young people are not able to maximize, in my estimation, professional judgment and wisdom of practice. They're not able to maximize their full potential because we cannot deliver on the promise of public education for them.
Okay, so that is the problem. Okay, let's go ahead and have you present a solution to this problem, because you're saying our children are not learning, they're going to the learning institutions, but they're not set up in such a way that they can learn to their full potential. And the teachers who are put in place to make sure that they can learn are not quite equipped, and their expectations, let me use the words that as you had said them, their expectations and effectiveness are essentially lacking.
Correct. That the teacher effectiveness we need to work on that, right? Because again, it's the number one indicator. So let's decouple. Let's just stick with the organization of high schools and
Okay.
what organizing them to specialize can and should look like. And then Kevin, maybe another day we need to tackle the teacher effectiveness component, because there are many different reasons why we currently have the situation with teachers that we do now. And by the way, it's a global, especially post-pandemic, the COVID-19, it's a global issues where teachers all across the world, in most instances, certainly in the United States, we see that we lack the number and the quality, teacher quality that we need. What we are proposing and what we need to think about, and this would be a good time to initiate some kind of action around the specialization, is to think through what are the different networks of high schools, whether they're academic or career focused, that align with national priorities and global trends. So for example, years ago, everyone was doing gaming. Everyone was talking coding. What are they talking about now, Kevin? What's the new thing on the block? AI,
Yeah, that's
right?
AI and setting it up to do various tasks, whether it be trading or that very same coding that we were talking about a few years ago.
So my proposal is to have a national magnet school network. And that simply means that you have high schools that specialize in STEM and AI. In the end, the creators of AI, coding, gaming comes out of a STEM background. And if we can really resource a cluster of schools in Jamaica that do this really, really well, then we are going to enable students with the talent as well as students who may have the interest to have the access, because really what we are responding to is an access challenge, right? So
Right.
STEM and AI would be one cluster, whatever you want to describe it, whatever words. Another cluster, and these are just examples. We know that agriculture is a tremendous industry in Jamaica that needs a pipeline, not just at Case, but it needs a pipeline from high school and what we call primary school. And so another example of a specialized within the magnet network could be where they focus on agri-tech, because now when you talk about agriculture, you must talk about technology, because we can't farm. My grandfather was a farmer, and my mom have enough land of country, and it just, we can't think about farming like when we used to go up to Eldersley with my dad and I mean my grandfather, and milk cow and tie out goat. It's just different, right? So another specialty, another cluster could be agri-tech and environmental, because we have to talk about what's happening within the environment and how we farm to preserve the environment in Jamaica. A lot of times what has happened to us as Jamaicans is we adapt the ways of, for example, the United States or countries that are different from ours, that really does not speak to our culture. It doesn't speak to what is happening in our country or the needs, quite frankly, of our environment. So it's not every technology that sits out in the universe makes sense for Jamaica. And we need a pipeline. So that, again, would be another example of a specialization that we should be thinking about. We already spoke about pre-med and the health sciences. So these are where your different kind of doctors, your nurses, your osteopaths, your nurse practitioners, whoever they want, your radiologists, this is where they would go. People who are interested in, especially cannabis, is a big industry. So what is the cross fertilization between agri-tech and your pre-med? Can we discover some different kinds of curatives for different kinds of cancer? The next thing is Jamaica is known, if you ask anybody everywhere I've been in the world, they say Bob Marley. I was in India, Bob Marley. Once they see the Jamaican, they see in your Jamaican colors. So another example of a specialization that would sit within this national magnet school network would be your performing and creative arts. We have a Miss Lou, a conservatory. We're supposed to have a conservatory named after Miss Lou in the regional clusters. So if you consider yourself a creative, whether you're the performing arts, if you consider yourself a designer, whether you're a clothing designer, you're interested in that industry, that is the pipeline that you would go to. And of course, entrepreneurship and digital, a business hub. You have so many, I would say, innovative, brilliant young people. And then again, it's access and opportunity. And in the end, what we should be doing as a country, Kevin, we should be drawing a line back to partnerships, partnerships for mentorship and internships. So, for example, all these big companies that we give these government contracts and breaks to, a part of their give back to the country, a part of their give back to Jamaica, to deliver again on this promise of public education, should be a set number of mentorship and internships. In my field, we say, see me, be me. And that is the difference. If a child, a young person can see it, they can be it. I want to share a quick anecdote, because we have some businesses in Jamaica, and Jamaics have an opportunity to interact with quite a number of young people. And what I find has happened is there is a mindset now, especially among the younger girls, where they believe that in order to be something, in order to earn, then basically have to have what I'm going to call a roster of different men giving them money. So they no longer see education as a pathway to independence. And there is this mindset, so I need somebody for help with my transportation, somebody for pay the cell phone bill, somebody for do the outfit. And so we have to re-engineer for young people the promise of Jamaica. We have to re-engineer, Kevin, like when we were growing up, that if you do these things and they have access and they have opportunity, I think we'll see the transformation. But you can't listen. When young people are hungry, none of this persistence and this motivational talk, none of it means anything to them. So that definitely would be my proposed solution, is this magnet school network. It balances rural and urban. You cluster the campuses. The next thing would be to cluster the campuses by these career clusters, and you do micro credentials. So for example, when you graduate, you would have a micro credential in healthcare, in biotech, in animation, in film production. I see in Nollywood, all these Nigerian movies, they have taken over Netflix. They've taken over the internet. Who is more creative than a Jamaican? You would have a micro credential in coding. Cybersecurity is huge. One time we growing up, we said cybersecurity, what is that? We see now there's so many hacks, there's so much fraud coming on WhatsApp. Sometimes I'm afraid to answer my WhatsApp. Talk about hospitality and tourism. That would be a specialized school. I know they have heart, but you build the pipeline earlier. You build it earlier. And when they come out of high school with the micro credential, they're ready to earn. Renewable energy and engineering. So those would be my top two, what I would say, proposals, is to do this national network of schools, this magnet, and then you have career clusters, because you have to cluster them. And of course, what is important for your community to hear, and I've given lots of thought to this, is students can do cross virtual enrollment. They can cross enroll in specialized program. So for example, when I did my degree, I had a dual degree in education and political science. And we have to have the same level of access and opportunity for our children, especially for children who, we call them the children of the Vumpava, and the Vumpavi may have the access, but most children in Jamaica, they don't have the access. And for me, education was my pathway to independence.
Okay. Rebel, you want to come back and join us? You have to unmute first.
Yeah, I have a question.
I'm still teaching him, you know, Karen. Yeah.
And I'm still learning. Look, Karen, I have a question here at Rosalie Ricketts in the chat. She mentioned it, but actually, Pastor Ricky wanted me to ask you this. He said, if a school board member should have more authority over school principal, and he was referring to a situation in St. James where he said the school board member interrupted a meeting, and the question is, does do these kinds of behavior interfere with children learning? When they look and they see school board member and principal carrying on, how does that impact their learning?
Excellent question. The short answer is absolutely not. We should not have. So I'm very familiar with this situation. In fact, you would know that my businesses are in St. James in Montego Bay. And so I'm really very familiar. I'm quite embedded in the St. James Montego Bay community. Let me just say that when school boards can be very political, they should not be. However, children should not become victims of adult behavior and adult self-interest. And at no time at all should we ever sacrifice the education of young people for any foolishness. It's absolute nonsense. And we have to absolutely burn them out and blaze a fire. It's absolutely unacceptable that these young people went to school and had the lock in which world? Make it make sense. And so when the community reached out, I was extremely incensed. And I was sending text message. I won't call the name because I don't want them to get in trouble. And you do not put political appointees on school boards. If it is that they are political appointees, it's the one good in a country that we must decouple from the political fiascos of adults. Who are you to lock children out of school?
Right.
The number one reason why young people get in trouble, when I was a principal, I never suspended children. Them say, oh, Dr. Dunkley, them bad. And this is Filino. My school was not an easy school. It's rough. And they said, no, I mean, my children come out of communities with knives and guns. And I would never, because I said, when you leave that young person unsupervised, all kinds of issues result. And at least we know what we can provide. So we would have alternate pathways for discipline, service learning on the weekend to really transform. Discipline comes from the term discipleship. It really means to change. And so that foolishness that is happening, stupidness that is taking place and affecting the lives of these young people, shame on all the individuals. And we have to light a fire and we have to burn out those things.
Panel.
What can go so?
Somebody just asked, Tony Starkey asked about the Prime Minister's wife. This is not the segment for, but let me just say this asking, speaking of Andrew Holness and discrimination, has anyone ever mentioned Juliet Holness? Yes, we have. Or should we think she's an angel? No, she's not an angel. Nobody's an angel around here. Yes. In fact, the previous guest, we did a program on the Prime Minister's wife in relations or relative to the lady. Beg your pardon?
Her front veranda.
Yes. The Prime Minister's wife wanted to and still wants to build a road on the young lady's veranda, and we think that's just an outrage. In fact, I did an ATI concerning that issue, asking them for all of the documentation, and almost 2 years. They're supposed to respond within 60 days maximum, and it's almost 2 years. It's a year and change. They just responded the couple, when is it, Friday, Thursday or Friday, and they responded saying that it's section 16 of the Integrity Commission Act, saying that it has to do with law enforcement and it will impact a trial or whatever. And immediately I responded to them and I said, wait a minute, hold on. I need you to tell me if ATI is a regulatory or an investigative or law enforcement agency, because to the best of my knowledge, ATI, not ATI, NEPA, sorry, NEPA is not a law enforcement agency, so but they're gonna have to deal with that and deal with me. So we'll talk more about that. But the issue here right now is education, and we want to stay focused on that. Panelists, any questions for Dr. Dunkley?
Most definitely. Good afternoon to you, Dr. Dunkley. It's refreshing. Or again, man, or women are just radiant in terms of natural beauty and the beauty of the mind. It is amazing to see our ladies are stepping up, stepping out, speaking out, and we're just a reminder to the men in Jamaica. We have to catch up. And it is nothing to feel inferior or feel disrespected. Or women, we must celebrate them, and they're doing excellent. So thank you, Ms. Dunkley. With education that you speak so passionately about, I'm so happy that you do as well. Each day when I get a chance to speak publicly, the $902 billion that is unaccounted for, can't find chop, miss, I don't know, any adjective a person want to use. And to see that only 18% of our youth pass 5 subjects or more in 2024, that is an indictment on the government, and even with 33% of our kids that passes mathematics. Thank God Uncle Rattigan is out here and many other people teaching us how to critically analyze and to think better. I hear you speak about St. Catherine. I don't know if you're a past student.
Yes.
So am I, St. John's Road. I used to wear black crest, so I'm very proud of that. Only the Prime Minister shamed I'm sorry.
No,
We're
you
moving
can't.
forward.
You can't.
Yeah.
No.
Jamaica.
I'm moving
I'm gonna mute your mic, you know.
education, right? Proud St. Catherine. Dear St. Cat, I would sing the song. But anyways.
When your colors white and
blue.
blue.
I heard you also speak about Elderslie in St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
Beautiful community. They have so much natural beauty there as well. You spoke about St. James and also Kingston in Wolmer's. Man, you're all over just as I am.
Yes.
And I'm proud of that. But my question to you, I wrote it down. Given the social and economical challenge, because I came from a social and economical challenge household and community, right? Given the social and economical challenges that parents face, how these factors negatively impact students in their academic performance and overall effectivity. The reason for asking this question, I'm just quickly going to put this in. I was born in Jakes Road, Mountain View in Kingston, and I went to St. Catherine High. So I went all the way to Spanish Town because I lived in Spanish Town for a moment. But the reason for asking this, I remember going to St. Catherine High. Cricket was my escape from my reality, because stressing about what you're going to eat, where you're going to sleep, war go on, you don't know if you're going to get shot, whatever the case may be. So I hope you remember my question to say that the social and economical challenges of the parents and how this transfer to the kids and might be something that impede them from, grasping the knowledge in school. Could you expound a little bit on that, please?
Absolutely. So what we find, and you raise a very sensitive topic just around parenting and what that looks like. So we know that in Jamaica, the majority of our students, of our parents, are really single-headed households. In fact, I forget the statistics in terms of Jamaican children who do not know their biological father. And if they do, that father is not active in the home. We also find that coupled with that unique family structure where we have extended family members raising children, that you talk about the severe poverty and the social repercussions that come with that. So for example, we know in Jamaica that 87%, I think I read, of children in Jamaica believe that the parenting style of the parent is so negative that it contributes to mental health issues among children and adolescents. And let me say this to you, Jamaics. What I found is that as adults, we cannot do for children what we cannot do for ourselves. And so, because so many of us did not have good examples, positive examples of parents, it is difficult in having our own children to parent what we would call parent well. And we know that parenting is difficult. So absolutely, this does have a negative impact, but this is also provides an opportunity for us. Now, let me share with you some lessons that I learned after leaving school. Because, you know, in Jamaica, we're proud and we don't always share things. I had some friends, and it's years as adults we're talking, and they were sexually molested, family, one by her father, and she actually went on to write a book about it. And when she complained to her mom, the mom tell her that her father penis is not so big, so she just must just try and make it work. Now, this is a mother to a child. I had fellow classmates that their parents was in America, we say pimping them out, but having men roll through. So we have quite a lot of sexual abuse of children in Jamaica, both girls and, believe it or not, boys. It's a dirty secret. And it's not even a secret some more, but the boys. And then we have a lot of physical abuse. When we have beat picnic and say, them have to, we draw blood and we have to see the wheel, and if them not scream, it means that them not discipline. All those things are passed on. And I don't want to go too far back, Rattigan, but we have to. It also come out of slavery. The legacy of slavery, of being beaten by the slave master, being beaten into coercion. So we are a country and a community where we're on parallel roads. And you know, they say parallel friends are two lines that never meet. On one hand, Jamaica, you have us fighting for development, fighting for these models of excellence and learning. On the other hand, you have children who every single day they're coming out of some dire circumstances just to stay alive, and school is the most safe place and the most constructive interaction that they will have during the day. And sometimes when we see picnic come at school and we're roughing them up for what I would call minor things, adults and the school community have to rethink, why is this child behaving like that? Because they're only mimicking and mirroring what is happening at home. So what we have to do, Jamaica, is to re-socialize parents and those who act in the parenting role, even if they're not the biological parents of the children. And the re-socialization not only come from government, you know, the church plays a role in that. All the social institutions around, you know, the health institutions play a role in that. If you go to the hospital, if you have a community in your neighborhood. When we were growing up, we used to have a van that come around and clean teeth, and they would come. It's like a mobile dentistry van. I don't even know if Jamaica does that. And you would go and you'd get your teeth clean. You also had a mobile eye clinic, and they would come and you would definitely be there to make sure you get your eyes checked. So we need to say to parents, we need to offer supports. We need to have a conversation about sex. I just said to somebody that in our culture, Jamaican thinks that them are the first people to invent sex. Rattigan, I don't know if your program, you know, I don't want to say things in case of the just young people listening, but them think it's them is the first one that invent penis and pum pum. And so we have this culture around sex where our children are sexualized early. They're adultified early. Well, cause the schoolgirl says she stop act like say she innocent because she take man. and our parents bringing that to her. And by parents, I don't necessarily mean biology, mean the adult caretakers. So all of these malfunction that is happening, we have to intentionally intervene. If we don't talk about it and we want to act like, say, going to church and jumping up for hallelujah, and I can say that I was raised Pentecostal, is going to help the problems, then we are even in for something more serious. So Jamaics, we have to re-socialize all adults, not just the adult in the home, but we have to re-socialize the adult they meet on the street, the adult who interact with them, who see young people, and instead of seeing young people, again, they're sexualized and they're adultified. We have to re-socialize society. We're very unkind to children. Imagine you going to school and you catch the bus and then I kick you off of the bus and say, no schoolers, no schoolers. Which society? When we say we believe that children are the future, can I kick off young people off a school bus and tell them, say, no schoolers, when they're trying to get to school? So these are some of the social issues. And this is why I say to people, Jamaics, when you talk about education and children and people who need to really inform what is happening, this is not a political talking point. This is not something that you get up during any election cycle and all of a sudden you lick out and you're going to do this and you're doing that. We owe it to young people. We are going to be judged by how we treat our children. And right now, the way that we are treating our children, them hungry, we accost them, we make fun. Even in Jamaica, Jamaica suffer from tremendous colorism. We don't even want to talk about that. People say, oh no, don't say that, Karen. Jamaica is not racist. It's just classes. No, Jamaica racist. We still cuss young people, tell them, say them black and ugly. We still do that. We still prioritize non-black children. We know that our motto is out of many, one people. But when do we elevate that black child and tell them they're beautiful and powerful and successful? So that is why I have to remain independent, because I do not take any tea, but I take no check from nobody when it comes to talking about what we must do and how we must work on behalf of Jamaica's children.
Yes, well said, well said. Panelists.
I have listened, and I have listened with a receptive ear, because I know exactly what you're speaking of. I was at University of Technology for a number of years. I started the department as a senior director of safety and security. So I have seen the children arrive, and the matriculation age was somewhere around 16. First time out of their parents' house. And you can usually tell what type of upbringing there was. There was this look of free at last, thank God I'm free at last. And they spent the first year and a half to 2 years reveling in freedom. That's what university meant to them. But when you come back to the parenting, you have a difficulty in asking a child to be a parent. I once wrote something that was made into a song in the States called Babies Are Having Babies. So what we have to start at the root. How many doctors have treated a 13, 14-year-old girl for pregnancy and not taken the steps to find out who impregnated her? So it keeps repeating itself. And you have parents who pimp out the young lady as another breadwinner, so to speak, which then puts into the female's head what her worth is. And everything must have a monetary value. The other thing is, we look on dark-skinned children as inferior. You grow up in a society that's 90% black, and you have people who tell you there's nothing too black ever good yet. And people buy into it. You have people look on girls and say, you're such a pretty girl for a black girl. And that's an insult. Because you have a number of people who don't realize that a black woman is the only race on earth who can lay down with any other race and reproduce his children flawlessly, which means that technically black women are the cradle of humanity. Any nation, country or otherwise, that does not pay homage to its girl children have nowhere going. Because what brought you into this world, you have disrespect. Now, we're just emerging. It don't seem that way, but we're just emerging out of a time when, as a woman, regardless of where you went to school and what you got, there were certain things that you were good for. You can nurse, you can turn anything in that respect. They expected you to be there. To see you grow up and be a doctor is, oh my Lord. Grow up a business, oh my God, look at that. And I keep remembering my mother, God rest her soul, telling me at age 14, come, I'm going to teach you the secret to women. And I sat down wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to learn. And she said, ready? And I said, yeah. She said, women are people too. Full stop, argument done. And that lesson stuck with me. But now we come back to how we treat our men. Boys don't do certain things. You don't wash dishes, you don't spread up bed, you don't iron, you don't wash clothes. That's girl work. Jamaica is high in my ranking of women who bring up their boy children to be men they wouldn't live with.
But a lot of them raising them, not to cut you, but they're raising them like they're their man. Like it's their husband, because they don't have a man. And so the male child has replaced that partner without that romantic piece.
Exactly. Now, the other side of it is, because something, when I heard you speaking, I was waiting for it. But a lot of people don't realize that molestation of underage children is women do it to men as well. Probably more prevalently because they're better at hiding it. A 14-year-old boy who gets a woman or a girl pregnant, mother say, you're turned man, wicked. And she will raise the child. A 20-year-old woman is kicked out of her mother's house for getting pregnant. Go make the man mind. So at that level, they have contributed greatly to how we look at women and how our men growing up look at women. I feel sorry for them sometimes because they are taught to be disrespectful to women. But if you want to get one of them off them rocker, tell them about their mother. I've never been able to work that out. The educational situation in this country is 2 steps away from Dan is the man in the van. It is, let me declare myself. By the time I was 14, I was effectively a Black Panther.
My dad was a Black Panther.
My cousin, you know this thing that goes, it's like a jungle sometimes. It makes you wonder how you keep from going under. The gentleman who did that is my cousin, God rest his soul. So I grew up around that kind of situation. And I learned very fast that what it meant to be a man wasn't just those 3 letters. To be a man, my father told me, you want to be the man of the house, every bill in the house belongs to you. Your bills must not suffer because your woman can't help you pay them. When that happens, you're supposed to get some. I grew up learning, don't tell me you love me. Tell me you respect me. I mean it. Because that's where we are falling down. Our women do not respect our men.
Because
And
because the women don't respect themselves.
but now a lot of men have accepted the lack of respect and they don't mind that as long as they get sex. You have people who take out women and watch her carefully, and the woman is ordering from the right side of the menu. Do you understand what I mean by that? The right side of is my menu is where the prices are.
Ja, the lobster man.
Gotcha. So the most expensive thing on the menu is what she's going to be ordering.
I have 6 children, 3 boys, 3 girls. My youngest boy is 19. And I've told all of them, be very careful in terms of how a woman responds to you. Because it could be that this evening she has nothing in the fridge. And your invitation means that she's going out to eat. And it depends on what you're able to pay for, depending on when you will get a second date. So don't find yourself being used. And it all comes back to women mature faster than men and how they're taught. Women are taught to survive, which is why they acclimatize to any situation rapidly. So they realize that education is their way out of certain things until some guy in a big car offers her a ride. Now, our schools have not created an environment that caters to what I want to do to make money. Most kids reach fifth form and don't know what they want to be.
True.
The first time I heard something that made sense when somebody said, "What you want to be?" and them say, "Alive and rich." Whatever we can get him there, he will draw into that. So the other thing is, I admire teachers. A lot of them, I've watched them go through teaching school, that teaching thing at UTech, and I've watched the MICO and all of that. What they go through to become a teacher, and then what you pay them. Do you remember the salary negotiation for teachers not so long ago? That is as though teachers were begging to be paid, and people are almost telling them they should be grateful that they're in the classroom. Then you have parents who don't see their children. The person who sees the children is a teacher.
Yes.
But
And we learned, parents did learn that during COVID across the world. They renewed respect for teachers because they realized that it's not as simple or easy as they think.
Little angel they sent out and brought back home wasn't so much of an angel because they had to deal with them. Teachers have raised children from age 8, 9, time immemorial. We do not teach our children stuff that will equip them to survive in this world.
And that's why we need the specialized high school, because the focus is not, the focus is on skills and critical thinking. The focus is on the foundation. So whatever it is that young person would like to do, they can. Okay, Major, I don't want to interrupt you. I see Dawn is asking a question. I'll respond to her when Major is finished.
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So Dawn is asking, what advice would we give to Jamaican principals who are holding back their teachers' progress educational wise and being preferential, and that teachers do not feel respected and a sense of belonging? Dawn, what I would like to say to you is that them say in Jamaica, if it gone by the morning, it can't come good at evening. That the pipeline to leadership is flawed. The structure to school leadership is flawed. School leadership should not be dependent on your principal in Jamaica or anywhere. What it should depend on is a pipeline. If you would like to be a school leader, You go into the leadership pipeline. That leadership pipeline has certain requirements that you must fulfill, i.e., it could say you must have taught for at least 3 to 5 years. You must have taught at high school. You must be certified. And then you apply and they place you in an internship, and then you interview for a job. And so the way in which a principal can impact the trajectory of someone who wants to be a principal, that is flawed. It's too much power. So those are the, I would say, the low-hanging fruits. Those are the pieces of low-hanging fruit that we can effect. It doesn't require any radical action or change. For those who are responsible for the education pipeline, to say we're going to do a leadership institute and academy, and teachers who are interested, it will still involve some level of human subjectivity, but now it's a more open process. Everything Jamaica is, you have to know a big man or a big woman. You have to get, you have to kiss somebody, you know what, to get to where you need to go. If this is one you not like, you dog name you suffer. My mother, she suffered that, denied her pension because her boss told her she did pass economics and him couldn't pass econ. Disciplined her. And then when I became an adult, we challenged it and won. And they gave her back her pension. Retro, the man just lie. So when Dawn asked that question, it's a very legitimate question. So Dawn, people say I'm a radical, but those things we have to burn a fire. The question is, you know how many excellent teachers would be better principals? I always say I never want to be governed by my incompetence. People who I never want to be supervised by people who are less competent than I. Lord, me say when that reached me, I say, Father God, deliver me. And that is why I went into school leadership. And my high school became the top high school in the city of Philadelphia.
Let me just say that I may have to take my leave early for a bunch of reasons. Kevin know that, but don't go anywhere, Dr. Karen Dunkley. I just want to show a couple of things. Let me just interrupt your presentation for a bit here. I was hoping to get to the Marco Rubio thing, but that presentation is quite lengthy. In the meantime and between time, let me show you this. Let me show you this. We showed it already, but it needs to be shown again. Let me show you this. Hold on. Remove.
It disappeared?
This.
All right.
No. There we go. People, this is what I'm talking about. When we say that you cannot have somebody dancing up and down, carrying on, living up there, and ruling, not even representing, ruling down a Towile compound, Waterhouse, Cockburn Pen and them places there, because they don't know what it is like to live in degradation. They don't know what it is like to live when your water cut off, and even if they knew, them long past that stage, and that's why we're advocating that parliamentarians should live in the community which they serve, not rule. Serve. And although my favorite minister, she have a different opinion. Make we hear her opinion on that.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
So she said that will never happen. No politician is going to live up there, Beverly Hills, and go down to the ghetto and live. But you know what? We tend to disagree with her around here a lot. And we are going to continue disagreeing with her because we believe that the power is in the people, and in unity there is strength. And we will continue to fight and ask for that. No, the global Magnitsky.
There's a matter of principle also, Rebel, in the whole mix of all of those.
Indeed. And here is the principle thing right here. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Only means something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it.
And I can tell it's going to be inconvenient to move from this place down to Cockburn Pen, Firehouse.
No, just point behind you. Point behind you.
Oh, sorry.
About to say, don't fight like that.
What? It's going to be inconvenient to move from this place to this place.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult, right? So, yeah, with Karen gone away, you know. So that's one thing. The second thing that I have to get through to you is the where is it, Kevin? The Magnitsky, the petition. Where's the Magnitsky? Okay, drag it over for me now. And say, let me bring back Finzi. Hold on. I gotta bring back Finzi. Yeah. Me and Kevin a fight for the thing, yeah, so I'm gonna be able to do it. All right.
Where did Bobby?
The Magnitsky?
No, where did Bobby go? Oh.
Yeah, he's here. Where the Magnitsky there? We have so much.
It's over here.
The two
Okay,
things
cool.
Magnitsky and the reconnection.
Yes. Okay, people, don't forget. Here it is. Don't forget. We have 245 verified signature. We have 1,251 devices. Like I say, people, come on, people, do better than that. Enough go up and start sign up on this thing here. Look, we know that something must be done to change what is going on in Jamaica. And we know that the change, if ever to take place, it is going to have to come from outside. We have seen, it has been demonstrated to us time and time again that the mechanisms in place in Jamaica to hold people accountable and responsible, they do not apply to politicians. We've seen that. And so what we're asking you to do is sign this petition, because once you do, we almost completed the project, and we're going to slap this petition on top of the work product that we have, and we're going to send it to the EU, the UK, the US, and Canada. And then our work will be done, because once it gets to them and we have made our case, then it's up to them to decide what they want to do. And we believe that a man with 28 bank accounts should not be held in esteem, should not be coddled, should not be welcomed in certain places. In fact, should not be representing us. But we are deathly afraid of doing anything, particularly in Jamaica. In the diaspora, it's a bit different. As I said earlier, we're not worried about somebody dragging us from underneath our bed. So we will come out and we will be the voice. And we're asking Jamaicans, this is the very least you can do if you live in Jamaica. This is the very least, because I take it that most of you living in Jamaica, you'll never put this thing out. And for good reason, because you'll get, the government will be visiting you. But we can put it out. And we're saying all you need to do is just go on and sign. And here's what the thing says, and I don't think anybody will have any issues with what we've raised here. The devastating impact of corruption, kleptocracy, and human rights violations on ordinary Jamaican citizens, particularly the poor and marginalized, is a stark reality. As Jamaicans who care deeply about Jamrock and our people, we are compelled to seek international assistance to influence the necessary change. Jamaica is ranked, and here's where we start indicating the issues now. Jamaica is ranked 73 out of 180 on Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index, indicating a significant problem with corruption. We cannot continue to ignore this issue that is so deeply embedded in our nation's fabric, affecting every aspect of life for Jamaicans. The second issue, first one, corruption, second one, kleptocracy, a government characterized by rampant greed and corruption, further exacerbates these issues, concentrating wealth among a small... Hello? Concentrating wealth among a small Jamaican elite while the wider population suffers. We were talking about that with Charlene earlier. And the last thing, moreover, human rights organizations such as Amnesty International have regularly documented allegations of human rights abuses, including unlawful killings, unconstitutional detention, and ill treatment by the Jamaican Constabulary Force. The Magnitsky Act
The Magnitsky Act, a significant law first employed by the United States, grants pertinent nations a legal framework to impose visa bans and asset freezes on government officials involved in bribery, corruption, and serious human rights abuses. Utilizing this act against Jamaican government officials is a vital step towards cleansing our system and embarking on a path of the promised good governance and justice. We therefore call upon the US, UK, EU, and Canada to review our claims and apply the Magnitsky Act to combat corruption, kleptocracy, and human rights violations in Jamaica. By signing this petition, standing up for transparency, accountability, and justice for all Jamaicans. Please lend your voice. Help us bring about this much needed change for the sake of our country, our citizens, and our future. We're asking you to sign this. So we're 116 people signed today. Thank you very much for 116, but we still have 1,237 minus 16 people who haven't signed at a minimum, because one device, we may have 6-7 people listening. I mean, know my people in Manchester. You know, it's a community. I want to watch a TV right now over direct place. So all can sign. This is necessary, people, because if you're talking about holding government accountable, this is one surefire way of trying to hold government accountable, by having other governments, big governments, hold Jamaica accountable. Our government representatives, them are wear short pants. And we've seen it. We saw it this week with Marco Rubio. We saw that. Our government officials, when it comes to these people meaning the US, UK, EU, and Canada, them are Cub Scout. Them don't really have no rank. And when these people say jump, Jamaica will have to say how high, because Jamaica is tethered to the beneficence of these people. If these people say we're not going to give you certain aid, Jamaica done, mash up. But sometimes things have to get worse before them get better. And you would say, use a word, that's a purposeful word, cleansing. Cleansing. And the best disinfectant in the world is what? Sunlight. We're trying to, but that's what I'm trying to put on this. Put it out in the sunlight so everybody can see, the whole world can see that Jamaica is a corrupt place. When I say corrupt place, individuals give the country a bad name. So I want to leave that out there. Again, I apologize because the reconnection rally, I don't know if Jamaics feel up to it for give us to lead us into that discussion. I have a few more minutes that we can talk, and then Karen is still here with us. You want to take it? You want to take on that task?
I just want to quickly update people. Thank you for that. And again, people, ensure that you sign the Magnitsky Act. This is a way of holding our government officials accountable to their actions. Imperative that we do, not just talk. Marcus Garvey said the pen is mightier than the sword. Use the pen in this case. When it comes down to the reconnection rally, I'm happy to say that we're set. We're set. We have secured the location. We are putting things in place. We can't wait to see our family members from the diaspora and also draw Jamaicans who have an interest of having a better country together. Let us eat in one place. Let us have fun in one place. But most importantly, let us be educated. It is something, this is an event that is going to teach the Jamaican people about civics, because we see that it is not in our school, it's not in our society. I don't know where it is, but we're bringing it to you. We're going to have the date and all of that. We're just putting a few things together. But whilst you wait on us, I ask that you contribute however you can. If you're here in Jamaica, definitely your hands are needed as well. So if you do want to do volunteer work, most definitely you can do so. Just reach out, and then we'll definitely tell you how you can play a part in making this initiative a success. I am happy about it. I'm fired up about it. And again, making our voices being heard in an impactful way. So the reconnection, more information coming soon. I don't know if Uncle Rattigan want to speak anything about it as yet, but I say people contribute however you can, and most importantly, ensure that you stand up for a better Jamaica.
Yes, let me just say that when we say the reconnection rally, it is non-political people. What we're doing here, we're reconnecting because there's a chasm, there's a divide between people in Jamaica and Jamaicans living abroad. And it's not self-inflicted. This is a matter of divide and conquer. The government has done this. And so we're saying we're gonna supersede what the government is trying to do. We're gonna leapfrog them, and we are going to reconnect with our brothers and sisters, our friends, our family, everybody in Jamaica. And so we're having this rally. We have secured the place. Next week, we're going to give you some more updates, but we have secured the place, and it is going to be free. And we're inviting families to come. Bring your children, because there'll be entertainment for them. We're trying to get books donated. We're going to have a poetry reading contest. Cash prizes will be given out for that as well. So we're going to invite the children and the adults. We're going to feed them real food, not like a flan food. You know, when you go to bed at night, your belly will be okay. Trust me. And we are going to have some music, and we're going to have some speeches. And here's what will happen. The speeches will be centered around cost of living. Everybody can relate to that in Jamaica. Cost of living. And I think people will say the high cost of living, because in Jamaica, there's no such thing as the low cost of living. And the second topic is the Constitution. And how are we going to view those two topics? Through the lens of civics. We're going to teach you what it means to be a Jamaican. And I'll give you a quick example. I hear people now talking about the budget, those who have some sense of what's going on with the budget, and they are complaining right now. It's too late. If you want to complain about the budget, you need to complain in April and May. And this is before they do budget calls. Budget call is around September, October, around that time frame when ministries submit their budgets. In I think in a draft form to the Ministry of Finance to say, this is what we intend to spend next year. So if you need a road, if you need this, if you need that, as a constituency, you need to let your politician know from around April, May, so that him can try and get that in the budget. But when you come now in April, March and April after the budget, and you start complaining, it's too late. So this is what I'm talking about, teaching you how to approach these issues from the perspective of civics, because them take civics out of the school. And why? We not get too smart, we not get too smart. And I'm just saying, nah, we don't want this. We will think for them. And remember what I said to you people, we are advocating for politicians to live in the communities that they serve. We're advocating for that. You cannot live at Beverly Hills and say you are represent people in a towel. No, you must go down a towel and endure the vicissitudes of life, the hardships of life that these people are enduring. No water.
The man will tell you can't say towel for up the hill.
That's about it.
Rattigan, we put that proposal forward when constitutional reform conversations first started, and I happened to be the diaspora rep at that time. I smiled because you have a history. We proposed that.
And what
so
happened?
They said, what would it? Well, obviously, there is this. It's tabled, right? The constitutional reform is tabled, and I don't know if that was included. So these are the kinds of pieces where the Jamaican people, you talk about taking civics out, that would be a part in the reform schools, because civics have to start in the primary schools. It's not something that's a high school thing, but that's a part of the core curriculum. But this is a demand of the Jamaican people. Let me say this. It is not enough that it requires, like no one has to tell me that unless someone has walked in the shoes, they cannot know. This is why I need my Jamaican people to really take on that spirit of revolution, the spirit of revolution that liberated us in 62, the spirit of revolution that Marcus Messiah Garvey said unto us, up ye mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. I know you have to go, but I just want to say, well, I'll let you finish. That's it. We just need revolution. We cannot sit down anymore. We don't, we cannot and say we need anyway. Go ahead, sir.
No. And the second point, in addition to the politicians living there, I disagree with the idea that them come with a manifesto and give it to you. I say 63 constituencies, you're all different. Come up with your own manifesto and provide it to them and say, incumbent and challenger, here is our manifesto. We need to hear from both of you how you will address it. And by the way, we need you to come to our community every 4 months and give us a status report. Seize the power. seize the power by
What was that? Town hall meetings.
Yes, town hall meetings. Yeah.
Let me correct the young lady. I think my age allows me that privilege.
Go ahead.
There was no revolution in 62. Norman Washington Manley against Buster's witches went to London and negotiated a release. And that still don't take effect yet, if you look at it, which is why certain places are still called crown lands. The last time this country had a revolution, it was in the 70s when Michael created a revolution. And certain things he pulled up like weeds out of gardens. Matter of fact, I won't call names, but you can discern for yourself. There are people in very high office in this country who should be eternally grateful to Michael Manley for removing the Bastard Act. Or otherwise, they could not have ascended to where they are now perched.
Thank you for that, Major. And the spirit of revolution, I stand, yes, clarified, sir. That's what I meant, yes. But yeah, I'm just saying, to me, Rattigan knows this, we've become too passive. I think about the education system. We know that, or, you said something, Major, about the cat in the van. Remember that the education system we have is rooted in slavery and colonialism. They used to say the cat jumped over the moon because they didn't want to teach us to read and write in the language of the oppressor, in the language of the colonizer. And because they feared that if we were educated, we would be liberated. So what I want to close to say to my Jamaican people is our history is not our destiny. And we have to reclaim our education as a tool for freedom, where every child in every parish is taught not just to repeat, but to question, to create, and to lead. And that is what civics will do. So Jamaica future depends not just on schooling, but on schooling that liberates the minds of the people. For example, that if you represent me, you must live where I live, and you must drink the waters, and you must drive on the roads that I drive. These are all what we have proposed when they started the conversation for constitution reform. I yield my time. Sorry, Major. Okay.
You can't be a minister of government.
Second, we have Dervin.
Minister of government, you can't represent where you come from.
Right. Hold on a second, Bobby. You're absolutely correct. But we have Dervin, and Dervin has been waiting patiently. Dervin, my sincere apologies. I didn't see you in the room. But please go ahead, make your point.
Hello, good night, everyone. Happy birthday, Sir Rattigan.
Hold on, then. Now that you mentioned that, nothing drop out. Nothing drop. One more year pandemic.
That discussion with Doc was very, very enlightening, very, very interesting. There are some points that she highlighted which I had in mind concerning the education system, and I'm realizing that a lot of the things that she said is also went in the areas that I have mentioned on your previous episodes. So I'm glad that the message is reaching the people, and it doesn't have to be me alone speaking on not only my experience in the sector, but also my study in the sector. And this makes for a good awakening for the people. I just want the people to just stay focused, elevate your minds, and make the right decision when it is time for you to make the decision coming election time, because we are now in election year. So I may sound hoarse, I'm a little under the weather, so forgive me of that.
Just want to thank you still for being under the weather, and well, not being under the weather, but coming out, from
under
the weather. You're right, yeah. And we just want to say thanks to everybody. I'm not a birthday kind of person or earth strong kind of person, but my nephew let it out. So
one in the yellow, Kevin, look like a young guy.
My nephew let it out. Kevin is a hold it, Kevin a hold it on
Man just come on and say, yo, Mohan, big up my uncle. But Karen gone. Yeah, Karen, we know say Karen. Karen, wherever you are, you can come back in. It's not a problem.
I have to run. You will understand.
Yeah.
That there's a situation happening on my television that bears attention, close attention.
Okay, no problem.
Just to clarify, fortis cadere cedere non potest.
40 what?
Fortis cadere cedere non potest. The brave may fall but never yield. Never heard that?
Oh my God.
Brave may fall but never yield.
It's called college.
All right.
Champs going on.
No,
and the rivalry is still on, you know, sir.
I'm coming in school politics, you know.
Politics. If Jamaicans love Jamaica the way them love them high school, we'll be the greatest nation on earth.
Well, technically it's school politics still, because when you have the titans like the JC, KCs and Calabar, it's big politics and big money running.
I don't know about the money, but I know we're doing
what I mean big money running, you know, investment by the supporters of each school. So it's like each of them are like political parties. The bankrolling for them to win. So that is what I meant by that.
Them used to say that KC was a lodge. So we opened one.
Okay.
All the best to everybody. Lady. Take care.
Thank you ever so much, Uncle. Yeah, wealth of knowledge, man.
Take care, buddy.
Kevin, each time I hear this gentleman, you know, man, I tell you, my brain I work overtime. Sometimes you drop some line, you have to say, what? Wait, hold on.
Yeah, man. That's Bobby for you.
Yes.
All right, so as hoping that Karen would stick around, because we didn't quite finish with her segment, but I was hoping that she would stick around for it. But alas, 'tis what it is. Dervin is here though, and to not take away anything from it, Dervin, I don't know if you caught Karen's segment. All of it.
Yeah, I caught most of it.
Because I saw you on, you know, but I didn't see, you weren't there.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Right. So your take on the issue and the solution. You caught them?
There are a lot of issues that Doc has exposed in terms of
a few.
it's a cacophony, is a whole heap she has thrown in. So you have to be specific on which issue, and then I give you a solution.
Okay, so one second before we go there. Reggae Girl. Yes, you do not donate on the change.org website. You go to One Jamaica Legal Defense, OJLDF.net, to make your donations. Not on the change.org website. You sign the petition on change.org, but if you have a donation to make, you go over to OJLDF. Thank you, Dervin. So the issue was the way, the organization of learning. So the way the students were learning. And the solution was to create these magnet programs. And so you would, she herself didn't like getting tracked, but it's kind of more along the lines of not being pushed into an area, but being gravitating towards an area, a student moving towards an area with which they are comfortable, to which they are drawn. Now, one of the challenges I personally see to that is something Bobby had mentioned, that a lot of fifth formers don't know what they want to do.
True.
Me, I wanted to be a marine biologist. My problem was I couldn't get higher than a C in biology. And so I did the sciences at George's. And at the time, I was getting 3s. bio, chemistry, physics, 3s. And I went to EXED, and in 1 year, I did POB, OP, accounts, and I got 1s and 2s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like I went to all the classes, but that's for another show. So for me wanting to do marine biology in a magnet program, then I would have been going to a sciences-driven magnet school.
Mm-hmm.
But the locking in to a particular career path would have been the idea for a student going in. So looking at that problem, the organization of learning, and the solution of having magnet programs. Your take?
All right. From the perspective that you have given, and if I were in that position, I would have guided the students. You know, career counseling is very important, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Career counseling. Because through career counseling, you may have an interest in X field, but if you are not exposed to other options, because sometimes when you go through the career counseling sessions, you'll find out that you have a gift in a certain area, even though it is connected to that certain area. So the first thing one would have to do is invest in a lot of career counselors. I know that many of our guidance counselors in many of the schools would have done some course at university or in the teachers' colleges would deal with career counseling. So that I say would be the first step. Because Howard Gardner, the late Howard Gardner, who developed the multiple intelligence theory and thing. And if you give students a simple multiple intelligence, what they call it now, testing material, yes, you will find out a lot about these students, because while practicing, because I'm a special educator, and people always think that children with special needs are just there. Some of them are extremely brilliant. I've come across some of them who are extremely brilliant, and just because the way how our education system is set up here in Jamaica, if they were taken out and put abroad, because I've seen it in years gone by when I used to teach a class with a child, people would label him as dunce, and when he was taken out of Jamaica and placed in a school in New York, even the teachers called back and asked us, what were we doing here? This boy is a genius. Because there are structures in place in the American system that help that child to blossom. We are yet to reach that. We are yet to reach that level to have all the resources in place to guide our students to reach their full potential. Sadly, as I've said it before, and Doc has also alluded to it, that remember our educational system is coming from the oppressive Westminster model, Westminster import. It is an oppressive system. So a lot of people, and many of us here, especially here in Jamaica, you can have a lot of bright people, but you always feel a sense that you're being held down in Jamaica. And some people have no choice but to take with themselves and go to greener pastures abroad. Just like many of our colleagues, the teachers, they feel held down in the system. And somehow, as I said, and I'm telling you, Sir Kevin, JAMAICA, Sir Rattigan, you have some extremely brilliant educators. When I mean brilliant, sometimes I wonder to myself, how them not get the position of principals or deans of faculties at schools and universities. I kid you not. But yet you had the buffoons because of politics.
Ascending.
You know the 3 Fs, friend, family, and the one that rhymes with duck. They get the position over these brilliant people who could have made a revolutionary change to the system to help to reimagine education as we know it. And many of them are packed up in certain places in the education sector because of that. So that even contributes to further problems. But then you have the social problems, as Doc also stated, where many of our children are basically poor people picnic.
Mm-hmm.
And they are shunted into schools, which the Prime Minister now was former Education Minister called them failing schools. But how do you come by calling them failing schools? Was it that they didn't get the proper resources? Was there political interference in appointment of certain persons there?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of us getting the best man or woman for the job to help command there and steer that school through transformational leadership, because we need transformational leadership in the sector. And Doc also even stated what I stated in the previous shows about political interference, and we see it highlighted again in St. James. And remember, I stated to you the court case, the Limpopo case and the Pataswami case concerning political interference by political animals.
Right.
So, and that needs to be destroyed. We should not have an MP or anyone appointing anybody to the board. It should be fair and square. I know that I heard some pronouncements that the ministry is working on having some database of persons, so eligible persons to be on boards. They are trying to move from not being political. I don't know how far they are in the process and how successful it will be, because Jamaica is a very small place anyway.
Correct.
And people will always be affiliated with someone. You can't get away with it. Unlike the very few of us who are independent of thought, who are not affiliated to a political party per se, and if this party does something wrong, they're in power, you cuss them out and blaze a fire upon them, and another one who comes in, you do the same, because not many of us are independent in thought.
But tell me this: what does politics and our parties have to do with education?
Because politics has a lot to do with it. It has a lot to do with it. You see, when you have constituencies that are political strongholds, in the minds of many of the politicians, they want to have their people in the institutions where they are located in their constituencies. And chances are some of those persons who are appointed to schools, whether they be teachers, principals, vice principals, if you do a little digging into their antecedents, you'll find out that some of them are politically connected. Some of them could be also political, political operatives. Right? So that is the kind of conundrum that we have.
But we're talking about education here. So
yeah,
you educate an individual. An educated individual has a capacity to think for themselves.
Right.
Less educated individual is what you end up referring to as sheeple.
Right.
Because you tell them anything and steer them in a particular direction and they go.
But you also have educated people, as I said, who are also sheeple. That is it, you know.
So those are brainwashed.
Exactly, brainwashed. So you do have brainwashed operatives in the system. Until there's a system that is set up to block political appointees and have a fair and transparent system of appointing persons to boards who can offer proper oversight and guidance and thing, we will always have this perennial problem. And usually when you have these things, you know, it's usually, and it masticize into corruption in the system.
Well, correct.
Yeah,
Which is
so
why I'm saying, why? So maybe I asked the wrong question. Maybe the question I should ask is, why does it have anything to do with it? Because if we're, and again, I'm one who has never lent any way either orange or green. You know, the orange that I lean towards is orange juice, and the green that I lean towards is the money.
Calalo or broccoli or something of the sort, yeah.
No, the money, because with the money I can buy the food.
I
Give me the
want to
green.
take a part of that when you're done, Kevin.
Yeah, and so when it comes to acquiring those things, I need to be taught certain things, and I want the person to who is going to be teaching me to be one of knowledge on these subject matters that I need to acquire these things. It doesn't really matter which party you subscribe to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, those
It
things
doesn't
should
matter, but you see, all right, let me put it this way. You have some elements who are affiliated to their party, but they just don't know. You know that there's a time and place for everything,
right,
under the sun. So yeah, some of them don't know when to differentiate to say, okay, principal of this school, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z for the betterment of the school. Let's kick out politics out of this and whatever. You do have many persons who are like that.
Right.
So, as I said, due to Jamaica being a small country, it can be difficult, but it can be done.
Jamaica.
It can be done.
All right. Repeat the question because I want to answer it the way that I have it in my head. You said,
it was basic. Why should politics have anything to do with education?
Why should politics have anything to? Maybe because the political leader, the political party has an agenda. Let me go back into history. When you look, I have never voted. First thing, I've never voted. I was of the opinion that both political parties are the same. And, growing up in the ghetto, you see that. You see, political violence and people jumping up. But when you go back to history and you hear one political party leader saying that, give me saltfish over education can you? That was Bustamante. Right? And then you hear a Michael Manley saying that free education, right? Every child must learn. And then you move forward, and in 1968, you share a black books from coming into Jamaica, right? And then you move forward again. In 1980, Edward Seaga came into power. In 1986, he started privatizing schools. Simple means that only the privileged can get education, right? And then you move to PJ Patterson. Again, I've never voted. And I was at the mindset that both are the same. And you have PJ Patterson giving a lot of loans and such for people to go to university. And remember, it was Edward Seaga that brought in student loan when he moved from free education. You move forward because when you have people who are not educated, that means that they can't provide food for themselves, they can't provide shelter. So you're going to have poverty running wild, and then you have crime and violence as a result of that. When you don't know about conflict resolution, you can't reason. So a man get angry as soon as somebody tell them so. War. Right? PJ Patterson stand up for education. Edward Seaga don't like education. Them just want them to go learn a trade, learn a skill, and that's it. Feed into the workplace at the work field. Don't create anything for yourself. Move forward to today's date. I go all the way back then to tell you about today's date,
Right.
When you hear in 9 years' time, $902 billion is missing from education. Call me stupid, but I don't think that is by accident. It has been too much of a trend coming from one place. Your sequence, right? 2, 4, 6, 8. What comes next?
So essentially, do away with free education so we can put money in the kitty and we can take it and pocket it.
Could be. It could be not wanting to have anything with leadership, because leadership means that you have to be with the people, know the people, do what the people need. But when it comes down to ruling and being a demagogue now, you prey on the people's fear, and you just know that you get your money and you go along your way. But still, I come back to today's date. Imagine that you have a prime minister who is a former education minister, right? People, we hear about this result of 18% of our youths passing 5 subjects or more.
Correct.
Right? From 2024 now, this year, people are talking about the roads, so them in a poor condition. People are plant banana tree in there, or man drown in there. This is a political interest. Nobody don't care about education. So what did the Prime Minister do? As a man who oversee the Ministry of Education, where you think that him that prioritize? Because I know this child, me that groom this child, me that take care of him when him young and changing pampers. But instead of looking at that child that needs help, it don't fit political interest. Everybody are talking about the road. The road is a national emergency, but illiteracy is not an emergency.
But you have to understand
think about
also,
that.
but Jamaica, you have to understand also that there was a breakdown in the education sector where you moved away from being educated as being a prized possession and a prized accomplishment. So back in the days when my grandparents, your grandparents, they always vibe on education because yes, my son, my daughter, my grandson, my granddaughter, them educated, who are this big lawyer, doctor, whatever. But over time, passed through the generations, something along that line, through whichever political administration, there was a sinister plot to make Jamaican people uneducated, to make them docile, that the politicians can give you anything they want to give you, and you just take it like that, right? So, and you just run to the one day and politician give you box food and some couple $1,000 and that's it, you're quiet. Right? The state of dependency. So if there was a movement to push people to become educated, remember back in the 70s, Michael Manley was all about education. That's why I set up various institutions, including Jamal, to educate the people. For them
Pioneer
to have
Corps. Pioneer Corps.
and
Discipline with youth,
right? Yeah,
cadets and stuff.
And you also learn your civics to understand how your government works, so you can be an active participant in the national
development.
Yes, and the issues that may arise. That is, and it is from somewhere along that line when that was destroyed, when Michael Manley was kicked out of power. We are reaping the results now. That is why we have mass voter apathy. Many of our people are not aware that they have the power, not the politician. And it disgusts me when I hear people running up behind member of parliament and minister and say, "Wow, go on, boss." And them should have come to you and I say, "Wow, go on, boss." Because we are them boss. We have our shareholdership in this country called Jamaica. We determine the destiny of our country. And now it has masticized into some so into the politics that you have a lot of uneducated people who become delegates in the party.
Mm-hmm.
Where in the world did you see that? I think Jamaica is the only place that has that, because if you go to America, England, Canada, you know who are the delegates of the parties? Educated people. Whether it be lawyer, doctor, Indian chief, whatever, they are highly educated people. Many of these delegates in some of the political parties cannot read. Cannot read. So when the politicians give pontificate their big words, which goes over their heads, them don't realize that them get bamboozled. They don't realize they were being dissed, or should I say, them a style them and they not even realize. And these things, that is what has caused us, and especially right now, or today's youths now. You notice that a lot of them don't really want to go to school. Chopping is easy. The lot of scrapping is easy.
I was about to go there, you know.
Exactly.
Let me quickly say this. Let me quickly say this. Sorry to cut you. All right. You see, you have your house, Kevin, and your house is of a well put together, neat, ensure that most likely you'll have probably your son or somebody become a DJ or fool round the system, right?
Right.
So the prime minister, the country is a reflection of the prime minister. Let me just use this analogy. When Mocha come and knock 2 times and kick off a youth door in the ghetto, most likely you see this youth in the ghetto and him can explain how him getting money. Him have one crown, he have one markets, he might go out a party, he might go NEC and all of these things. Can't explain him wealth, right? I'm asking you to explain the prime minister's wealth for me. And see if the prime minister and the youth in the ghetto now share the same thing. He's just a glorified, let's not call him a chopper, Mr. 28, or a glorified can't explain his wealth. So I'm showing you that the country is a reflection of who the head is. Your household is a reflection of you. The country is a reflection of the prime minister. What going on in Jamaica? Fully done, and he said it and laugh, and people feel like it is a joke. It is not a joke. He's actually telling the Jamaican people, majority of them, where you're at, where your level is. When we look at the crumbs, it states that JLP is always been against education. It is, I believe it's a bit unfair. Not saying that everybody in the People's National Party is angels and rose and everything, you know. It is our duty to hold them accountable.
Right.
Correct.
However, we cannot group them together and say politicians are the cause of it. Because if 3 of us are brothers and I stole something, I believe that it is wrong for people to say, oh yeah, man, I all of them with a Rattigan show them a thief. You get me?
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but remember, you know,
and this is how Jamaica
people, we as human beings, we look at things in general. We are generalists. So that's like you say, if a teacher, for example, if you say a teacher molest a little underage child, then I say, boy, all teachers, you understand? We are just creatures who like to make general statements.
Right.
So yeah, it can impact on those who are really not a part of that nasty, sordid activity, but those who are at the forefront have caused the many to look bad. Like for example, now, look at the salary negotiations, and I've heard some educators cuss and say, imagine you negotiate for this, and people get much higher than them. And some of them will look at it and say, boy, then people will negotiate for we dunce. blah, 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 blah. And the politicians, they all look on them and say, yes, suckers, yes, we have bamboozled you, causing an no sense. But in truth and in fact, you do have brilliant people, but they are not in those positions to really put up a good, robust mental debate with these technocrats for a to fight for a better deal for our teachers.
Right.
And
So
yeah,
we need to really step up our game with education awareness and the direction that we're going. It's been something that we talk about from time immemorial till
yeah.
now. Now we're in a better place to do something about it. So those of you, as we wrap up, those of everybody locked on right now, please sign the petition. Do not make your donations on change.org. Sign the petition there. Go to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF.net, and make your donations there. In another few seconds, I'll be starting over on Reggae Global Radio for the Saturday Stew. So please join me over there. Dervin, JAMAICA, as always, much love, much respect, and thank you for your insight and wisdom.
No problem.
And let's continue on the journey, shall we? Dervin, get over the rest of that. The calf going come.
Yeah, man.
Get an umbrella and get out.
All right.
So,
take care until everybody join me over Reggae Global Radio for the Saturday Stew. Get the other side of me. All right. Enough love. Take care. Later.
Blessings to everybody. Have a wonderful one. It's been a great pleasure.
Good night. Good night.